Hello, everyone. Let me just get a little acclimated here. Let me turn this back, actually. Why the hell did it do that? What the hell? Give me 1 second, guys. Very, very strange. I didn't intend to do that. So this is, okay. Let me pull this here, a little there. All right. All right, everyone. Just doing an early stream today. As you know, I had to get, this is my third YouTube channel in months. Afternoon Flatey, how's it going, man? Just wanted to get a little acclimated first before I start, because this can be a thorough read and review and commentary and checking the comments and, a live stream. I want to make the most of it because if there's one book, it's this one. If there's one album, it's OK Computer and so on, Movies, it's funny. Godfather, Groundhog Day, Shawshank Redemption, But anyway, this is the one. This is the one that basically propelled me to become a cartoonist. Even before this, I was drawing comics and drawing and having ambitions. But this was I think that it was this that made the one clear distinction in my mind, at least, where I'm going to become a writer and an artist. Because when you're young, at least usually you want to become a comic book artist. This was the one that said, okay, I want to write and draw comic books. And I came late to Miller. I started here. I didn't start with the Daredevil. I started with Dark Knight. 1 second. I'm gonna read some commentary here. Yeah, guys, this is gonna be, again, a review, a read through, commentary, everything, and I'm going to check out the comments here as well. So Flatey writes, reading Graveyard Shift and now listening to a pro Batman review. Read through sounds like a great series to me. That's awesome, man. I haven't gotten my copy yet of that, but I still got to read John's what do you call it? Godlike. I have a whole stack of Comics Get King's work, so I got to go through all those. Henry Thrun, Shabbat Shalom. I'm listening on my drive home from church. Excellent, man. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to go through the entire book. And again, I'm going to stop often because this means a lot to me. This is Frank Miller at the peak of his powers. At the same time, he started to get a little loose in his draftsmanship. Prior to this, he was drawing Daredevil and he gave a lot. He didn't go really exaggerated. And Daredevil was pretty straightforward superhero affair. And if you look close at it, sometimes the anatomy's a little off here and there. But this is the first time you get to see Miller go off. And his first issue is drawn like classic. I mean, like classic, slightly Neil Adam, big like Jack Kirby. And as it progresses, you could see. But to me, reading it as a kid, I was like, the story got better and better and better. And that's what you want. It got more epic and grand. And the stakes got higher and higher with each issue. And therefore, I forgave whatever, slights there were in the art and the execution. And I do have the artist edition. I do have it. I'm going to show a little of it here, guys. Just 1 second. It's a little unwieldy. It's a little unwieldy here. But it's so damn awesome. It's called the Gallery Edition. Graffiti Designs Gallery Edition, Frank Miller. The back is the issue 4 cover. And this is a splash page in issue 3, I believe, issue 3. After they get in touch with Superman. Epic. I mean, look at this. And this, actually, the original art for this page went for over $400,000 about a decade ago, I think. Hail Art. How's it going, guys? Thanks for being here, guys. Again, Small channel, trying to get back on track. It's my third channel in, I gotta say, months. I mean, I was trying to stream regularly as I was promoting my Pigman live campaign, my crowdfund, which, by the way, guys, ends next week. It ends next week. It is massive, lady. It's heavy as hell, and it's unwieldy to handle here. I'm going to show it on the big screen. Just give me one second. And again, guys, I'm assuming that my mic is normal, that there are no echoes, because I just pressed a button the other day and it just seemed to fix it. But you know, whatever. It's a little weird, but what do you call it? So yeah, let me go through a little here. Because what happened during the making of this was that Frank Miller supposedly was not as pleased with what Klaus Janson was doing. And I gotta say, I think it was a little strange that Miller went from Daredevil, right, to Ronin at DC, and then went back with Klaus Janson, which was his usual inker. You know, I don't know if he was complaining about it. He should have got a different inker or inked it himself. Now maybe DC said, Frank, you know, we saw Ronin, maybe not that great of an inker. It's possible. Look at this. That epic moment where you realize that he has this bulletproof chest, you know, under his suit. It's awesome. And that inspired me giving, you know, Pigman an entire bulletproof suit. His entire suit is bulletproof. Now, it hurts like hell when he gets shot, similar to how Luke Cage, you know, says it. When he gets shot and bounces off, he's like, yeah, but it hurts, you know. And check this out. This was a revelation, to me at least, that incredible. What a choice. Again, Miller was thinking outside the box, outside comics. He wanted that silhouette of Batman, a tiny figure, relative speaking to the rest of the cover, this dark blue, you know, sky night with lightning. And he drew, this is what he drew. And it was a front image of Batman, not a back. I mean, I remember not arguing with people, but they were saying, well, it's the back of him. And I assumed it was the front, and it is the front. If you notice it, you could see the symbol and the legs coming through. So that's what he drew. And I guess they ended up inking it in, or Lynn Varley painted it black. Either or, I don't know. And then this is such a beautiful book because it has overlays. It has these, what's it called? It's not trace paper, it's vellum. These nice, thick, see-through pages. And throughout the book, you can see Frank Miller. Guys, I did go a little through this in my last channel, but it was not a complete overview. It was basically just looking through the entire book. This is different. I'm going through everything here. And while I didn't intend to go through this one initially, I'm going to go through a little more because I want to show these really, really cool things. And what was the main reason why I bought it, basically, I didn't want to get it just because it's black and white. I want to get it because you can see the alternative pages that were not in the end published, or you can see pages that were published and then that were inked by Miller, and the pages that were not published that were inked by Klaus Janson. And it's an interesting thing because I would say Klaus Janson's a better inker than Miller. He's, you know, 40-year history of doing it, right? At least, if not longer, maybe 50 in the 70s, I believe. But the pages and the panels, at least, that Miller inked were better, less conventional, a little more deserving of this epic tale of Batman that was completely different than any other Batman story prior to it, really. Took on philosophy, took on the media, took on politics, took on heroism itself. It, you know, broke it down. Took on this legend of Batman in his 50s, coming out of retirement. I mean, this is just, what a bold choice that Miller made. And DC was trying to get Miller DC was trying to get Miller from Marvel to DC for a number of years at that point. And then they finally got him with Ronin. They basically told him, okay, Frank, do what you want, you know, carte blanche. What do you want to do? I want to do an epic, futuristic ninja type thing, samurai, and okay, if that's what you want. And he did it. Um, and it wasn't as well received as his prior work or his later work. And that's why I believe he went to Batman after, because it was a little more an acceptable hero to show his what he was up to. Okay, this is also, and you know, there are some people out there like this one. This is the pencil version of issue 2, if you guys remember. That incredible, you know, in your face, ugly, bold image of Batman, hunched over, bloodied, ripped, you know, and then here's the inked version. That was the pencil version. Here's the ink version. People say, I think someone said recently, like, that's ink by Klaus Janson. No way. That's pure Frank Miller ink. You know, Miller was doing the incredibly brittle, thin line with heavy blacks at times. Unlike Janson. Janson had thick, you know, bold strokes. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I will show some of the things I mentioned before with the vellum over the images. Give me 1 second, guys. I appreciate you indulging me. I just want to go through. I thought they were more prevalent than they are. I guess later. Okay, later on is when it started to happen. That's right. That's right. That's right. Look at this though. Look at this stuff. Look at the layouts right there on the page. Batman, cape going up on that panel. That panel is blowing up out of the corner. And this is when Batman went back to his classic dark suit. There's no blue in sight in the other one, because he starts off with the you know, with the more of the 70s version, the light blue with the gray, and he goes to a full gray / black suit here, with only the bat on his chest, with no yellow oval, which I never liked. You know, I know some of the kings and, you know, like the light blue and yellow and gray, but I do gotta say, just to contrast, I wouldn't mind that in James Gunn's universe. I wouldn't mind that, just to see how it works. You know, I don't know. It could be interesting. It could be interesting. So this is pretty cool. Also, you get to see, this was Frank Miller's art for the cover of issue 3. It was basically just that corner of Robin with the shadow. And then Lynn Varley must have just painted this. You know, it's an awesome cover also, you know. That's just awesome. And Carrie Kelly is a great Robin. She's something else. She's a self-motivated Robin. Batman didn't have to kick her ass to try to become Robin. She wanted to be Robin. She wanted it. Here's something here also where Miller, I guess, inked that panel and they put it in the art there that Klaus Janson inked, because Miller wanted his version. That and the other bottom one, the Joker's girlfriend, who's who's trans, I guess, with swastikas on her nipples. It's fucking nuts. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. You get to see this right here. Okay, this is unwieldy as hell. Sorry, guys. But you get to see this. I'm going to take my phone, bring it here. You get to see, okay, this face right here, right? 1 second. Let me angle this a little lower. To see this face right here. That, right? That's inked by Klaus Janson. And then Frank Miller for that, and also this is inked by Klaus Janson as well. That one. And then Miller re-inked those 2 panels, and they ended up in the final version. So that's Miller's version. That and that one. So this is where it begins with panels and then full pages of Miller, you know, forcing his way in and saying, Klaus, I'm so not happy with what you're doing that I'm gonna just start doing this stuff. Just start doing it myself. And again, you know, Klaus can be a great inker. I think too sloppy at times for certain artists. For Miller, he's great. For John Byrne, terrible, terrible. If you remember those old Wolverine comics that Byrne came back to do, horrifically bad. The best issue of that entire run was when Byrne came and inked it. Klaus was not a good inker for Byrne. Sometimes he's okay for, you know, Romita Jr., but for Spider-Man, for Superman, he was not good at all. And then here's another one also. I think this is the one time that I'll go through this, and this one also. That bottom panel of Bruce, and then you got this redrawn, re-inked versions of Miller. If you notice that, 3 panels there. And then let me get to the big ones because it's still pretty. By the way, if you were there on, I just thought about it, page count wise. If you were there on Graham's closeout, I mentioned that I'm on 240, 250 for my current project, what I'm doing. I'm actually 270. 270. So funny. I was working on it, and I think I was keeping track of numbers, and after a while, you just keep working, you know. And I just jumped to 30 pages in the last couple of weeks. You know, pretty wild. Pretty wild. Anyway, yeah, these little differences here. If you guys, I mean, to me, I've read this and reread it, you know, so many times that I know all of this stuff here. Look at the Joker there, right there, right there, right? That's the Klaus version. And then Miller, I wanted to ink it and give it a little different look. And I gotta say, I do prefer Miller's. I do prefer Miller's here. A little more dramatic, a little more blacks in there. So a few more, and then I'm gonna go start the book. And I'm not gonna go through small ones. Let me go through a big one, and I think that'll be it. Okay. Here's a big one. Okay. This is Klaus Jansson's unpublished version of this epic page. That's Klaus Jansson's, you know, unpublished version. And it's good. Solid. You know? And then the published version was the one where Miller re-inked his page. And that's the one. And I do prefer Miller's. It's interesting to see the differences, but what was published and what wasn't. It's just pretty damn wild. And again, for such a classic story, for such a beloved story, you get to see the behind the scenes. And again, this is a dramatic one, also very, very dramatic. The entire page, besides the last one we saw, this was inked by Klaus Jansson. This page here, where you see no black on Batman's costume there. It's left wide open for the colorist. And then you see Miller's version, where it's all black. And again, I prefer this one. You know, the cowl, the boots, the gloves, the bat symbol, everything is all black. It's just more dramatic. I can check out your comments in 1 minute, guys. And I think that's it, guys. There's more. There's definitely more. And I might. What the? Let me turn this off. What? Guys, you're on YouTube for sure. I hope it's going on X. I hope it is. This is the last one I will show. This is the famous dramatic scene where the nuke goes off, incapacitates Superman, and he becomes, look at this, that's Klaus Jansson's version. right? And then Miller. Here's Miller re-inked the entire page. And that's Miller's published version. And then, of course, Lynn Varley went off, you know, beautifully with the colors brought to life with that red, blood red background with that lightning bolt going right through him this time instead of like on the cover. So a lot of stuff here, guys. Beautiful stuff. This book is, I recommend anyone to get it. It's expensive. It's very expensive, but very much worth it. I mean, look at this. You get a fold out, incredible Art Deco. Look at this poster in there. It's huge. And it's stunning. Look at this. It's gorgeous. And I believe they have an alternate cover that Miller drew. Let me see if they have it. And then I will start the review. I'm not stalling, guys. I just want to get I want to savor every moment here. Because this is the big one. This is the one that propelled me to become a full cartoonist, not just a comic book artist, but a writer artist. Writer artist. Because that's, to me, that's the ultimate. Writing and drawing your stories. Writing and drawing your stories. Okay, now they just added this. I gotta show, and it's pretty cool because it's side to side. You can see the contrast here. This side right here is Klaus Janson inked, unpublished. This side was Frank Miller inked, published. You can see the little differences. And again, Frank Miller was filling in the blacks. The water that he did. Klaus didn't really draw much of the water here. Frank Miller drew the entire water with the little puddles there. And also here, this very dramatic shot. And again, I do prefer Miller's. This one is Miller's, and this is Klaus Janson's right here. And Miller's is just a little more dramatic. The heavy black around Batman's eyes, the black bat on his chest, the black here, the Joker, just a little more dramatic, a little more interesting. I'm gonna read some comments, guys, and I just want to double check if I am on the 3 places that I intended to be on, and then we can get going. Thanks for indulging me, guys. I did intend to go through that actually, but I'm glad I did because I love this. And I'll go through some of them again. I think at some point I'll go through. Let's see. Okay. It is massive, Flady. Art says, what does Miller ink with? His style varies between tight and loose sometimes. I was surprised to hear that he inks with a brush. I'm like, there's no way that he did that line work with a brush. He clearly uses pens, very thin pens, dip pens, I don't know. And then on top of that, with a brush, you know, to fill in the blacks, fine. But the line work has to be a pen. I don't think it can be. Now again, a guy like Gary Martin can make these incredibly lean lines with a brush. You know, he can do that. Brian Boland, who I guess someone said Bolland, but he can do that. Miller is not. Miller came late into the inking game. You know, years after he got into his art. You know, he didn't start inking until I think over a decade after he started. At least, you know, professionally, maybe on his own, he was studying and practicing and all that. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to see. Okay, I'm live there. Am I live here? And then I can get going. Because I just see a YouTube comments here. Okay, it looks like everything, all 3 places. And again, I'd love to do Rumble. People tell me to do Rumble. I'd love to. I have a Rumble account. I cannot, for the life of me, link to it through my platform here, through my streaming platform. I tried. I just can't. I don't know what it is. So let me read the comments and then dive right in. So Art, yeah, I heard him speak about brushes, but I just don't. Again, brushes for the heavy blacks, sure. Outside of that, has to be pens. Has to be pens, some kind of pens. Um, Jimmy the lumberjack, hail Bosch, and the pig pen, hail Jimmy. Chance of Superman solid. It was solid. I mean, it was, I did prefer Miller's a little more dramatic. The hair was a little more messy. He was a little more just bolder, bigger, meatier for Superman. Um, Excellent. Thanks, Art. I'm streaming on X just fine. Thank you. Torchbearer Studios. Hey, what is your take on A Dark Knight Strikes Again, masterpiece or cash grab? If between those two, cash grab, you know, even though at a certain point you got to ask yourself, Miller has made so much money. That was after Sin City, which he owns, which he gets the bulk of the money for. I think Dark Horse just published it and they made some profit for it, but that was Miller's baby. That was his work. And he has merchandise for it and all that. And the royalties he got from, this one, from Dark Knight, because, after a while, clearly he made a deal with them for royalties. The guy is incredibly rich. Why the fuck would you just do it for bucks? I don't know. I don't get it personally. I don't. I would love to make as much money as I can, but I want to do it honestly. I want to do it with good work. That was not good work. And Dark Knight Strikes Again. It wasn't good. There were elements in there. I gotta say, maybe I was caught up in a moment, but reading that first issue was a breeze and it was interesting. And then trying to look back at it is tough because as a story works, but then you look at the art by itself, it's tough. It's tough to look at. And I gotta say, we've heard of his troubles of late. He looked like he was on death's bed 11 years ago. I remember seeing him, even talking to him, and he wasn't quite there. Uh, I think he was going through some stuff. Drink, clearly, and maybe worse. But it looked so bad. And Lynn Varley was experimenting with computer color when she had no idea what to do with it. She was learning on the job, but you don't do that. And she's an incredible painter, a colorist. And she went back to that with 300. Um, Actually, that came a few years after 300. So yeah, I think it was Miller just trying to flex his last remaining muscles in the mainstream. I think that's what it was, and unfortunately, it doesn't hold up. It's a mess of a story. The art is horrific, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Some moments with Batman when he gets his teeth smashed out by this ape-like Lex Luthor is horrendous, disgusting, flat out. And then you got the Dark Knight 3, the Master Race, which is, how can I call it? It's like a cover band, comic with one of the Kubert sons trying his best to mimic Miller, and Klaus Janson going there to make sure it looks like Miller a little. And it had its moments. It's better than part two. I will say that. The layouts are better. The drawings better, and the story's better. And it's finally Miller giving Superman his due in this iteration of Superman in a Dark Knight universe. Finally, giving him his due. And the ending is interesting where it could lead to something interesting. But Miller was talking about, I got part four planned, which I'm drawing, that never came about. Um, but it's interesting the way it ended because it did promise an entirely different look at the older Batman. And I won't say anything about that, but one day I might go over it, guys. It'll be worth. I will skip. I mean, if anything, I'll probably go through the strikes just to go through it and criticize where it has to be criticized, and like one part here and there, which I like the Atom. It was some good stuff in the opening. The Atom, it was good stuff, but outside of that, not really. Okay. Um, the all-seeing Ian. Hey, it looks like a beautiful edition of the book. It is. I'm envious. He says, yeah, it is. I got these beautiful artist editions. I got the Batman Year One, which is the biggest one. And I thought my Dark Knight one was the biggest. It was the Batman Year One and the Daniel Clowes original art, the studio edition. the biggest of the art editions, 21 by 14, which is the size of the current book that I'm drawing. The biggest pages I've ever drawn, and it'll be published as 8 by 14. 8 by 14, a taller book. I got the Amazing Spider-Man comic strip, the bulk of it, not all of it, the bulk of it, John Romita Sr., 79 to 81, I believe. And Jim Shooter wrote the stories, the plots. Stan Lee added the dialogue, and Romita Sr. penciled and inked the bulk of it, even though you can tell when the inkers were different. It wasn't as good. But the art in there is beautiful. And you got Romita, for the first time you see him with a little more modern version of Peter Parker with a little longer hair. And his Spider-Man is impeccable. I mean, it's just perfect. I have the Bravo for Adventure, Alex Toth one. The Daredevil Born Again, which is shorter than the others, I got to say. At least 3 or 4 inches height-wise, and an inch or two side. I don't know why. Beautiful. And then the Sin City, the first one, which I'm going to review also, guys. I will review that because that's a great, great comic. That and That Yellow Bastard are the best of the Sin City to me. That Yellow Bastard, you finally got a hero. You finally had a hero in that hellhole, which is worth it. So, all right, guys, I am half hour in. I didn't expect that, but I wanted to show you guys what I got there because it's just beautiful stuff. And I'm only doing part 1 right now. It's part 1, and then it'll be all part 4. And again, I'm going to give it everything I got because this is the one that I wasn't conscious of it at the time. Okay, I'm reading it, and that now I'm going to become a writer and artist. No, but it is clearly what influenced me looking back to say, okay, writing and drawing comics, that's the thing. Writing and drawing comic books. It's one thing. It's not 2 things. It's not like, well, it's like, they call basketball players who play great defense and offense. Well, they're a two-way player. They're just a basketball player, man. A basketball player should play great defense, So, and and in terms of also, I write, pencil, ink, letter, color, all my work, everything I've ever done, and I ship them out as well, and I get them published. I mean, I get them, printed, and all that. There's something about it. I love that aspect of this creative process because every part of it is mine. When you guys get the books, I ship it out to you. And I'll be doing that with Pigman at the end of next month. I was supposed to do it at the end of this month, at the end of last month, actually. I've been trying to close it, and I'm figuring out the best way to do that because I want to give the best chance to succeed in the closeout. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'm trying to find a way to do that. So, a best way to do that. So we'll see how that goes. But next week I'll be closing out. And guys, if you haven't backed Pigman, please consider doing it now. Actually, because once it's over, once it's closed, it's over. It'll be sold in the secondary market by individuals and eBay and who knows what. And I'll be selling it on my own website for more than what I offered because I got to honor those who came early. Have to. You guys were there for me in my first campaign, so you guys get the benefit of having it at a lower price and getting all the extras and stuff. So, I think for my store, it'll only be a limited, version of the ones that I have on my campaign. And I also have 2 books in addition to my Pigman comic. I have Table for One, my first graphic novel, and also Prop Piganda, which I added late. And I have a closeout cover. I have a closeout cover coming next week. It'll be the 7th and final one. So I will reveal that soon. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. And I'm going to read the last few comments and then read it. And again, guys, I read the entire book. I go through all the art, all the pages. I will comment. I will stop. That's just the way I do it. That's the way I've done the last few reviews. That's the way I'll do it here. Some go faster than others, but I want to savor this. I want to give it my all because this is a Miller at his absolute peak. This was his thing. This was his biggest, I think, most successful popular book. And I would argue that Daredevil Born Again is a better writing from him, just writing, just in terms of writing itself. That's his best, story. But this is his best, I think, overall comic book. The most impact, the most innovativeness, the most interesting, things that he did in here, and the most comprehensive in terms of his ideas, the ideas of the characters in there, and the battles that they go through on the media front, which is funny at times, generally funny. And then, of course, you bring in Superman, and then you bring in the Joker, you bring in, you know, a lot of this stuff. It's like, wow, okay, we got an epic story here. So, The Dark Knight Returns. Frank Miller, top of his form, 1986, and I think it ended in 1987 because it was coming out late, between issues, changes, and who knows what. People, complain about it, but hey, you got this epic book here. So, okay, let me read the last few, and then Jimmy the Lumberjack says that book is definitely fit for a CG King. Hey, man, I have these dreams sometimes also, though, in terms of myself, and man, would love to have like that later on. Table for One, like a artist edition, um, Pigman, and so on. Would love to see that. Torchbearer Studio says I met Frank and had him sign my hardcover first print of the complete Frank Miller Batman. I remember that one, the black book with a really dramatic image of Batman with the thin ankles. I remember that. Great cover though, great cover. Then my college roommate fell asleep reading it and broke the spine. Damn. My spine broke also, and it wasn't because anything else. I don't think it was built to last. Whatever company did that for DC, I think they shipped it out to some other company. Didn't really work. Thanks for letting me know, Jimmy. Thanks. Um, big Harry Nuts 2.0. Hey, Batman looked like he went through hell. In this story, he does. I mean, he definitely does. And that's the thing. You want your heroes to go through hell. I put Pigman through hell. I put, Killian through hell. You gotta throw them in hell and see if they get out. You gotta break them, through the story and see what they're made of. You have to. Some writers are precious with their characters, and therefore you don't know about the stories because they're forgettable. You have to make sure you let the reader know what they're made of. You have to. And just this, even the sharp edges here, Miller. But look at that, boom, boom. The forearm, right? Cutting, boom, boom, boom. Just nice. The cape, it could have been smooth and like silky. Look at that, hard edged. Boom, boom, boom. Very, very, very dramatic. And that entire cover. I mean, look at it. Dramatic as all get out. Look at this. Beautiful. And if you look close at the lightning, look at that. Lynn Varley kicking ass there with the fine detail when you pull out. But I gotta say something. I do a little resent this because Frank Miller did all the work here. The bulk of the work. He told the story and he made the layouts and pencils. That's the biggest bulk. And then by Frank Miller with Klaus Janson. Now I don't think they deserve the. I don't think Klaus Janson deserves second. He just inked it. No offense to inkers out there, but you know, Frank Miller's name should have been a lot bigger, because this is his story. He wrote it and penciled it, and that's the bulk of what's going on there. So, but that's just my call. I mean, I remember I was working on something with someone a number of years ago, and the person was not as involved as I was, and I'll be doing the bulk of the work. And I told that person, I said, well, it'll be by Bosch Fawson with, and they were a little taken aback. I was like, you're just doing one aspect of this thing. I'm doing six. So I think it's just fair, you know. So I think his name should have been a lot bigger, by Frank Miller, and then with Klaus Janson and Lynn Varley. Again, no offense to colorists and inkers, but if that's the case, why isn't John Costanza here with his Lettering. Why not? That's just one aspect. He did one aspect, she did one aspect. Why isn't Costanza here? Why not? By that logic, by putting them here. He did a good job, with the lettering. Anyway, that's a little pet peeve there. Um, Jimmy says, obviously, you will let us know when that book you are working on will be published. 100%, Jimmy. I'm going to be loud about it. And as I told the publisher, I said, when the time comes to promote it, I'm going to be evangelist. I'm going to be out there. Just send me wherever you want. And I can't wait to talk about it because it's something that means the world to me. Um, the biggest thing I've ever done. Um, so I will definitely make some noise. Torchbearer Studio says, I have the two Kelly Jones artist editions, Batman and Deadman. The inking is gorgeous at that size. It really is. And it's a whole different experience looking at that size. It is. Looking at the Daredevil Born Again and Batman Year One by Maz Kelly, who's, again, an all-time great. We don't think of him regularly like we do the other all-time greats because he doesn't produce as much, but he's an all-time great cartoonist. It's stunning to see it that size. Stunning. You see all the gradations, the gradations of the black and the gray and the open, and how much of the brushwork was there, what was pen, what wasn't, and so on. And you could tell, especially in the Daredevil Born Again, where he was mixing a lot of tools because he was a brush inker for a while, and then he was mixing it, and then he became. It looked like at least a flat pen that he used. And markers and stuff. So beautiful stuff. Torchbearer Studio says when Dark Knight Returns came out, it was like an alien artifact because of the square bound format, right, and painterly colors. They could not give it away at my local comic shop because it was so different. Interesting. So you're saying they couldn't move that? That is interesting as hell because it sold incredibly well. Wow. Think about this also, though. It's almost indecent to have this comic right here with a lot of the schlock that was put out there. At any time, there's always going to be crap comics. Even though the average comics was pretty damn good back in the 80s, it was still, you put this against some of the old guys, like, wow, it's a completely different thing. And you could see also where some people flat out swiped from this. And I'll point out certain things at a certain point. But yeah, it was square bound. If I remember correctly, the first one wasn't, and the last three were, or some weren't, and so on, I think. Interesting. So they couldn't give it away. Huh. Torchbearer Studios on the cover for number 1, Batman in silhouette, Frank Miller, as if Batman is jumping towards us, but I always read it as him jumping away and we are seeing his back. Yeah, a lot of people did. But when you see the original art for that, you see that that's Miller. Because again, it could be either or. You look at this like, yeah, okay, that's it, okay, But then you see it for sure, 100%. And you could probably break it down, which one it would be. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Start my review, read-through of The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller. And then, Klaus Janson, Lynn Varley, who don't deserve almost top billing like he does. It's ridiculous. Again, that's my little pet peeve. It's like, he did the bulk of the work, man. What the hell? And that's maybe someone here who, has written and drawn everything he's done. All my comics. Okay. So, The Dark Knight begins. Batman begins, Dark Knight begins. Let me figure out a way how to do it most effectively, and I will make myself smaller to make sure it fits in. Okay. I want you guys to be able to see everything that I see on my screen. Okay. So, interesting start, right, guys? Because we're used to the splash pages, and Miller said, no, I'm going to start with a 16-panel grid to get us acclimated to what he decided to do, which is great, because you don't want to spring that on people after the fact. You want to set the stage, boom. This will be a 16-panel grid comic book with certain panels that are, added like they're stretched out to 2 panels, 3 panels, four, and like this, 6 panels. Okay, so here we go. This is Bruce Wayne in his race car, and it's so interesting here because the lack of consistency at times. It's a trademark of Miller and also Jansen. Look at the helmet there. He goes way forward on his head, and then it cuts short there in just a simple third panel. It's like that's a complete different shape than we saw there. Just funny to me. And having read it and reread it over and over again, I catch those things. Here, it looks like Robocop right here. Here is like a huge, that thing, the way it's going out to here, you know. But anyway, and then it has like a Flash helmet, you know, Jay Garrick. And look at that, so funny. But anyway, I've got the home stretch all to myself when the reading stopped. When the reading stopped making sense, I switched to manual. Bruce, this is Carol. You're going too fast. But the computer crosses its own circuits and refuses to let go. I coax it. It isn't programmed to Bruce. So he's ripping out the wiring. He goes, Bruce, you son of a shriek. It shoves hot needles in my face and tries to make me blind. I'm in charge now, and I like it. Then the front end lurches. All wrong. I know what's coming. I've got just under 2 seconds to shut this mess down and forfeit the race. It's great juicy inks right there, man. Look at this. The engine, angry, argues the point with me. The finish line is close. It roars. Too close. The left front tire decides to turn all on its own. I laugh at it and jerk the steering wheel to the right. The nose digs up a chunk of macadam. I look at it, then straight into the eye of the sun. This would be a good death, but not good enough. Spectacular finish to the Newman elimination, Paul Newman. As the Ferris, that's funny, the Ferris 6000 pinwheeled across the finish line, a flaming coffin for Bruce Wayne. Or so everyone thought. Turns out the millionaire only at that point. That's pretty funny. We are talking 80s, I guess, right? Where billionaire was not as common. Turns out the millionaire bailed out at the last second, suffered only superficial burns. Lola? Thanks, Bill. I'm surprised anyone can even think of sports in this weather, right, Dave? Right, Lola. At Gotham's magnificent Twin Towers, it's 97, with no relief in sight. Thanks, Dave. This heat wave has sparked many acts of civil violence here in Gotham City. The most hideous of which has to be the brutal slaying of 3 nuns last week by the gang known as the Mutants. And today, police found a death threat. Sorry about that. I got to get closer, I guess. And today, police found a death threat nailed to the door of the office of the police commissioner, James Gordon. Gordon, facing retirement on his 70th birthday next month, spoke to a News 2 reporter. I've got 4 weeks to nail those bastards. If this means they're willing to take me on, I'm delighted. Ironically, today also marks the 10th anniversary of the last recorded sighting of the Batman. Dead or retired, his fate remains unknown. Our younger viewers will not remember the Batman. A recent survey shows that most high schoolers consider him a myth. But real he was. Even today, debate continues on the right and wrong of his one-man war on crime. This reporter would like to think that he's alive and well, enjoying a celebratory drink in the company of friends. Nice transition. And then here we have Gordon and Bruce Wayne in his 50s, drinking. To Batman. It's good that he retired, isn't it? I'm grateful he survived retiring. Bruce is on the right there, with a mustache, similar but not exactly like Gordon's. He didn't, but Bruce Wayne is alive and well. Glad to hear that. You've certainly learned to drink. Remember the old days, Bruce? That Playboy routine? You with your ginger ale pretending it was champagne, fooling everybody? Almost. Now, well, I'd almost worry. Spoken to Dick lately? Not for 7 years, Jim. You know that. Still, huh? I'm damn sorry about that. Especially with what happened to Jason. He's being a little ass here, Gordon. Rubbing it in. Let's call it a night, Jim. You don't want to hear it. And there's always this illusion that was more or less confirmed that the Joker ends up killing, in this Dark Knight universe, not in the regular continuity, more than just killing Robin, having his way with him. It was alluded to in an interview, and then in this Frank Miller co-written Dark Knight story with the Joker that John Romita Jr. drew. And his pencils were, by the way, published directly on a page, which looks beautiful. You got to get that comic, guys, if you haven't. And basically, it backs this up right here. What happens to Jason Todd, the second Robin. So he's walking through the street, and the narration is Bruce Wayne's. He goes, "As we part, Jim squeezes my shoulder and grins. You just need a woman," he says. Well, in my gut, the creature writhes and snarls and tells me what I need. The creature. You're first to Batman as this inner beast that he has to keep in check. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. It's a great, way to talk about it, especially 10 years removed from him, where he's kept him. It's like he's been sober, for 10 years without putting on the tights. And he sees him as a creature that he has rejected in part because of what happened to Jason by the Joker. He made his vow. Never again. And by the way, look at the art here. This is tight stuff by Miller. He's not fucking around. He's not being a caricaturist. He's not getting sloppy. This is tight, really well drawn stuff. Very representational. And that's moved at a certain point. It's completely different later on. But that's why you don't want to start strong, and then go. You don't want to do that. You want to keep a consistent drawing. Dave Mazzucchelli's Batman Year One, from page 1 to the final page, it's the same high quality art that he did. This, not so much. But still, the story is so damn good, I forgive it. So here is Bruce Wayne. I leave my car in the lot. I can't stand to be inside anything right now. I walk the streets of this city I'm learning to hate. The city that's given up, like the whole world seems to have. I'm a zombie, a flying Dutchman, a dead man, 10 years dead. I'll feel better in the morning. At least I'll feel it less. It's the night. And again, just as a personal thing, I couldn't remove the idea that this Miller's Bruce Wayne here resembled my father big time. And I didn't like my father. So that didn't help maybe in terms of not liking what Bruce Wayne was saying and doing here. But that's a whole different story. But it did resemble him. It's as if he was drawing a caricature of him. But anyway, that's neither here or there. Let me just keep going. It's the night when the city smells call out to him. This is again, he's distancing himself from the creature. Him, it's a secondary person, right? It's the night. It's not me. It's that thing that's trying to get out of me. It's the night when the city smells call out to him. Though I lie between silk sheets and $1 million mansion miles away. When a police siren wakes me, and for a moment I forget that it's all over. But Batman was a young man. If it was revenge he was after, he's taken it. It's been 40 years since he was born. Born here. So he stumbled across Crime Alley. And this reminds me completely of, which it probably was inspired by, Gail Wyman walking through Hell's Kitchen. In that incredible scene in the Fountainhead where he's walking and he ends up in Hell's Kitchen. He didn't intend to. Where Bruce Wayne is just walking through the city, ends up at Crime Alley. Um, and it's a similar thing here. Wynand is an older character in The Dark Knight. Sorry, in The Fountainhead, excuse me. He's in his 50s. Bruce Wayne here is in his 50s. It's the parallels are pretty clear to me, at least. And I would love to have, talked to him about it, but well, we'll see. We'll see if I ever get that chance again, because I have spoken to him, but he wasn't quite there. Once again, okay. Born here. Once again, he's brought me back. To show me how little it has changed. It's older, dirtier, but it could have happened yesterday. It could be happening right now. They could be lying at your feet, twitching, bleeding. And the man who stole all sense from your life, he could be standing right over there. He sees us. Get around behind him. Come on, honey, slice and dice. I don't know, man. He's awful big. It is him. It is. And we know so many ways to hurt him. So many lovely ways to punish him. No, it's not him. Slice and dice, we got a quota. So many. I don't know, man. Look at him. He's into it. I always got a kick out of that line. I don't know, man. Look at him. He's into it. Not him. He flinched. He's talking about the man who took his parents' lives. He goes, not him. He flinched when he pulled the trigger. He was sick and guilty over what he did. All he wanted was money. I was naive enough to think of him the lowest sort of man. These are his children, a pure breed, and this world is theirs. And Miller was projecting towards the nihilistic criminals that we see today, that we see from jihadists, that absolutely senseless violence that they giggle at. And while he's having his moment here, the mutants are saying, can't do murders when they're into it. Let's hit the arcade, man. Always a good time at the arcade. Follow their, the feel-good moments. That's all they want. All right. Here's the news again. Butchery of every member of the family. The mutant organization is believed to have committed this atrocity for money the family had. Something under $12. Jesus. This is considered a drug-related crime at present, but surely this heat wave is a factor, right, Doc? The scum media always trying to rationalize horrific things like they do in real life, as they were doing here. Absolutely, Bill. Rough month in the big town. Right now, the mercury is climbing to an unseasonable 103, and it looks like it's going to get worse before it gets better. Love these shots here of Gotham City. Absolutely love it. Just interesting images, drawings, not your typical comic book fare. Love it. A heat wave, showing literally the heat waves. This just in, a dead cat has been found stapled to the door of the First Church of Christ the Redeemer. The mutant gang is suspected. These are horrific criminals. A different breed. Again, a more nihilistic. Hey, Chopper. How's it going, man? Chopper writes, Hail, Bosch. Hail, Chopper. Caught up with you again, mate. But as you were, I don't want to break your flow. I love these reviews. Learned so much about the nuances of this art. Hey, this is a live stream, so chime in anytime, guys. Anytime. I will check out your comments. Thanks for being here, Chopper. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I appreciate it. I'm rebuilding again, so we'll see. So far, so good. It's been on for a few weeks. We will see. I want to remain here. And again, I got 30,000 people on X. I don't know how many chime in, but I have 30,000 followers, 12,000 Facebook, and very few hundred, like a few hundred here. So it's, altogether it's pretty good. And then eventually, hopefully people will check them out. And again, guys, I'm uploading my older reviews on my new channel as well. I uploaded all of the Daredevil Born Again and one of the Batman Year Ones. So I'm gonna put the three of the Batman Year Ones and then go from there. Put the other ones as well, and just keep going. Cool. All good, Chopper. Thanks. Thanks, chiming in. All right, guys. Arkham Home for the Emotionally Troubled. Not Arkham Asylum. Not Arkham Funny Farm. You know, Arkham Home for the Emotionally Troubled. Miller was anticipating the language. You know, and then, again, guys, this is 39 years ago. 39 years ago, this book came out. It'll be the 40th anniversary next year, and I don't expect DC to do it, but I hope they understand that it's a big deal, that they have to celebrate it. I really hope they do. Miller's, still alive. He's still, he's not doing work really, even though the word is that he's going to do a Dark Knight slash Old Man Logan story that he's writing and drawing for one of the crossovers. It looks terrible. Am I going to read it? Sure. Sure. I might even review it. I just want to see more written work by Miller, much less drawing. I want to see him writing some stories with some great artists. He mentioned Lee Weeks. Hey, Frank Miller writing, Lee Weeks drawing. Please, please, come on, Frank. He doesn't have it in him to make these compelling images anymore. He just doesn't. Story, he can go on till the end. It doesn't have to be bad. This guy was an all-time great, as you can see here, guys. This is great writing, great layout, good draftsmanship here. Later on, not so much, but this is bold, great stuff, man. That's right, Art. Art says, I don't trust Miller's art or writing anymore. He ain't the same guy. He's not, man. I mean, unfortunately. And again, it doesn't have to be that way. Toth got better and better and better with age. Ayn Rand got better with age. Some artists just, Walt Simonson right now, his Ragnarok is great. It's great. You look at it like, hey man, this is as good, if not better in some elements than his old stuff. The guy's in his 70s, maybe even late. It doesn't have to be the case. There's something else going on. There's something else going on. Let me continue. Intensive treatment ward. 99 degrees and the air conditioner blows. Waters now. I believe this is the Joker. They don't say anything. Doesn't look like Joker per se, but the green hair, at least that's a first, hint that that's a Joker. He shows up here, but he's basically catatonic ever since Batman's retirement. He's like a, parasite. Absolutely right, Art. Dale is in his prime. Dale is producing as great work, if not better, than I mean, I don't know if he's doing regular of the sequential work, no, but the imagery, the covers, that cover of Cyberpunk 3, better than anything he's ever done. And again, it doesn't have to be the case that you have to diminish the quality of your art. You can always get better. Dave Mazzucchelli, 15 years ago now, I think, 16 years ago when he was in his 40s, late 40s, Asterios Polyp, as good a work that he's ever done. The City of Glass adaptation that he did, as good as anything he ever did. I want another one from him though. I mean, and please don't take 20 years to do it, please. It's been 16 years since the last one. I need, I want a Dave Mazzucchelli graphic novel. 300 pages at least, which was what Asterios Polyp was. It's great. The ending we can talk about, and I love to talk to him about it. But Shanth Angetti had him as a teacher in the Rhode Island School of Design. That is something else. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to make these changes here, guys, throughout the whole time. Okay. Water's out in my building, too. Couldn't even take a shower this morning. You know what I hate most about the heat? It's the way your underwear sticks to. Shut up. Yeah, well, you don't see him sweating. Just look at him. You look at him. He makes me sick. Oh, yeah, these guys are very humane doctors. Yeah, well, I guess being crazy has its moments. Been a long time since any of these guys had moments. When I came here, they said I could never be cured. So 601, I guess, is a Joker. 602 is Harvey Dent, Two Face. And he cut that panel in two. Nice. He cut this also in two. And it's also, of course, is 602 instead of oh 01 because the number two with Harvey. We know what they said, Harvey, but that's history. Surgical procedures have improved, as have psychiatric. You're fit to return to society, no matter what our septuagenarian police commissioner says. Septuagenarian, yeah, older, I think past 75. Is that the age? Maybe Gordon is right about me. And again, just a simple little thing that Miller's doing, cutting all of the Harvey Dent panels into. It's a nice touch, man. It's not here, but it's here, 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 here. Just good storytelling, good use of panels, just smart stuff, man. Maybe Gordon is right about me. Nonsense. Gordon's just gone senile. Dr. Willing isn't qualified to judge that, but I concur. Thank you, Dr. Wolper. And now, Harvey Dent. Meet Harvey Dent. Oh my God. What can I say? Hey, his physical face is quote unquote cured. His physical face is cured. And the news breaks about it. Thank you, Tom. A new life begins today for Harvey Dent. I like the way Miller made Two Face's look. Looks like it's eaten away. His face looks like it's been eaten away. Dent, a former district attorney, became obsessed with the number two when half his face was scarred by acid. And then, just guys, just again, I just want to mention that one thing that Miller was doing. He cut all of these panels in half, right, in twos. As soon as you introduce Harvey Dent, they're all twos until you see the whole Harvey Dent with his face is whole now. And he kept that as a singular panel. Just those type of things I love. I love, and they're not obvious at first read. You know, you're reading a story, but sometimes when you look back and say, wow, okay. So Dent, a former district attorney, became obsessed with the number two when half his face was scarred by acid. Dent believed his disfiguration, revealed a hidden evil side to his nature. He adopted as his personal symbol a dollar coin, one side of which was defaced to represent the warring sides of his split personality. A flip of the coin could mean life or death for his victims. Dent's crimes were brilliantly pathological, the most horrendous of which was his last. The kidnapping and ransoming of Siamese twins, one of whom he attempted to murder even after the ransom was paid. He was apprehended in the act of Gotham's famous He was apprehended in the act by Gotham's famous vigilante, the Batman, and committed to an Arkham Asylum 12 years ago. So 2 years before Batman retired, he got Two-Face in prison. For the past 3 years, Dent has been treated by Dr. Bartholomew Wolper for his psychosis, while Nobel Prize winning plastic surgeon Dr. Herbert Willing dedicated himself to restoring the face of Harvey Dent. And he's smoking there, the doctor's hilarious. Speaking today, both doctors were jubilant. Both doctors were jubilant. Harvey's ready to look at the world and say, hey, I'm okay. And it's interesting that this piece of shit psychiatrist is wearing a Superman shirt because of what Superman is in this story. He's a government tool, as is this guy probably. And what do you have? That pen, Get Real? Get real. And I believe that's added clearly by Lynn Varley, which is interesting. She's adding a little story point there. Pretty cool. One can argue, well, see, she did more than just color. 1 second, guys. I want to make sure. Okay, you guys can see it here on your end because I want to make sure you guys see my pointer. And I can only do that on the actual Kindle Comixology page, not on the on my streaming platform. And he looks great. Dent read a brief statement to the media. I do not ask Gotham City to forgive my crimes. I must earn that by dedicating myself to public service. For me, this is the end of a long nightmare and the first step on this long road to absolution. Next, Dent drew fond applause by producing a newly minted dollar coin. It was, of course, unmarred. But Police Commissioner James Gordon's reaction to Dent's release was not enthusiastic. I like it. No, I am not satisfied. Dr. Wolper's report seems overly optimistic, not to mention sloppy. While millionaire Bruce Wayne, who sponsored Dent's treatment, had this to say. Now, this is very interesting here because this is Miller having Wayne be defensive and hostile here, taking it personally because he goes, Gordon's remarks seem overly pessimistic, not to mention rude. The commissioner is an excellent cop, but I think a poor judge of character. We must believe in Harvey Dent. We must believe that our private demons can be defeated. And then you have one of his private demons here, a bat cutting across the Wayne Manor, across the moon. Nice. And then he's having a dream or a nightmare. Faster than a rabbit. Faster than a rabbit, Mom. Just watch. Look at that boy run. We've got an athlete on our hands. Bruce, what are you going to do what are you going to do with it when you catch it? Don't go in that hole. Won't get away from me. Bruce! Nice. Very nice. I've done this before myself where you fall and there's a long panel. It's just more effective. And he clearly must hurt himself pretty bad. Oof! Ow! And he got all these bats that he fell into. No! Go away! Go away! Scree, scree, scree. Then something shuffles out of sight. Something sucks the steel air and hisses. You got this incredibly dramatic black panel with these eyes and nostrils, gliding with ancient grace, unwilling to retreat as his brothers did, eyes gleaming, untouched by love or joy or sorrow. It sounds like an Ayn Rand line right there. Breath hot with the taste of fallen foes, the stench of dead things, damned things. Surely the fiercest survivor, the purest warrior. Glaring, hating, claiming me as his own, dreaming. I was only 6 years old when that happened, when I first saw the cave. Huge, empty, silent as a church, waiting as the bat was waiting. And now the cobwebs grow and the dust thickens in here as it does in me. And he laughs at me, curses me, calls me a fool. He fills my sleep, he tricks me, brings me here when the night is long and my will is weak. He struggles relentlessly, hatefully, to be free. I will not let him. I gave my word for Jason. Never. Never again. A very dramatic shot, overhead shot of the Batcave. Everything is down and out. You got Bruce Wayne standing there, rock solid. He's still jacked. You got Robin's uniform under glass. Chopper says, Penelope pissed top eyes? I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean Bruce Wayne's eyes there? That's pure Miller right there, by the way. Okay, Torchbearer Studios. What do you think of? What do you think the giant bat thing is? Real? A supernatural being? I think it's a poetic thing here. I don't think it's literally a giant bat because we don't see it in relation to Bruce. We don't see it um, side to side. Of course, in the movie version, Batman Forever with Val Kilmer, they suggest that it's this monstrous man-sized bat. If you guys remember, at least the cutscenes that Joel Assknocker. But anyway, Joel Schumacher, who fruited up Batman more than ever anyone ever did. He was such a fruity guy, and he had to have Batman and Robin showing their butts. But besides that, check out the scenes of Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne in the Batcave comes head to head with this giant bat. And the coolest thing about it was first the way it looked. Rick Baker made it, so it looked incredible. It looked incredible, and it was based on Miller's design. He clearly did, he did his homework and said, okay, I'll make it look like that, add a little flair to it, but I don't think it's real. I think it's his, because again, it's never, you don't get to see the size of it in relation to Bruce, either when he's a kid or as a man. But I love the idea that you can think it's this big, monstrous bat, you know, that adds to the legend of Batman. I just like the idea. And I'm not saying it's in his head because I don't think he's crazy. I don't think Bruce Wayne's crazy at all. I think he's obsessed. I think those he goes after are crazy. Um, okay. Chopper says, before Bosch said that the bat was one of his private demons, I never thought of it like that. Interesting. Yeah, uh, that is, I think, what's at play here. I mean, clearly the bats inspired him, and I really love the way Nolan took it also, where he was terrified of bats. Therefore, he takes that terror within him and puts it onto enemies. And people are generally, I think, afraid of bats, you know. But it's just an interesting thing. They're like rats with wings, and people just flinch whenever they see them. Um, and taking that idea and giving it human form, the way Batman is, it's a scary thing. It works. Clearly, it works. I mean, we're going on what, almost 100 years of Batman, and the character's alive and well. All these different iterations, he can survive any of them. He could survive Adam West. He's as invulnerable, I think, as America is in a lot of ways. We can survive Obama's and Biden's. I don't think we can survive them in perpetuity, meaning if there's 5 different administrations that are communist, I think it will be over at that point. But you need a check. You need a check every so often. And Batman, he couldn't go on with being with shit movies. He couldn't go on with Adam West. Something had to come back. And what happened? The Joel Assknocker movies came out, and then Nolan came to set it straight again. Same thing with Trump when it comes to Barack Obama and Biden. He had to come back and set it straight again. That this is America. That's not America. This is America. Um, The all-seeing Ian says, I like the confidence to leave the lettering with the TV panels bare. Yeah, chances are that would be a gradient or some other coloring effect in a modern comic, 100%. But once he establishes it, and that's why I love the idea that Miller also established on page 1, we have a 16-panel grid. That's the basis here. I love that. It sets a stage and also gets you acclimated to the idea that, okay, those words above are the person who's speaking under them. We don't need to have the pointers or word balloons. Chopper says, okay, one second. Torchbearer Sue says, damn you, Bosch, you are going to get me to watch Batman Forever again. I hate that film, my God. Okay, you don't have to, Torchbearer Studios, because maybe for a split second they might show it's only in the cutscenes. Only in the cutscenes, which you can find online, YouTube. And I gotta say, it looks cool. It does. It just looks cool. But unfortunately, they made it they made it so Val Kilmer's looking directly in the face of the bat, and it's like they're almost kissing. It's like, okay, that's Joel that's Joel ass knocker for you, trying to gay up everything. He was such a fruity guy. And even the animated cartoon of Batman, if you guys remember, there was a few kids talking about Batman, and they all had different experiences, right? All different interpretations of it. And he was talking, and each kid was talking about their interpretation of Batman, right? They had the Dick Sprang version, they had this, and then they had the Dark Knight version. But before that, there was a kid who came up with a feather boa, a fruity kid, right? And he was talking, oh, Batman, and they said, oh, Joel. So it was the animated cartoon, guys mocking Joel Assknocker, which is hilarious. And he was such an ass, really, which is why he kept showing Batman to Robin's ass. It's like, well, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you giving him nipples? Because you're gay? It's like, okay, can't you keep your gayness to yourself? What the fuck are you doing? Have some little self respect. Hey, Dennis, hell. Chopper says, well, they do say you are supposed to confront and now overcome your demons. Yeah. And that's literally in a lot of ways. And again, Batman Begins. I love that. I love that Nolan took it and said, okay, I'm going to make Bruce Wayne really terrified of these creatures to the point that he falls in that thing the way he did in the beginning of Batman Begins, and they surround him, right? And he has this PTSD over it, to the point where they go to the play and they're seeing, and his father, I think people, why the fuck would his father take him in there? He knows afraid of bats. I think his father was slowly, gently trying to have him face that fear and deal with it. That's why. That's what a father should do. That's what a good father would do. And Bruce can't take it. He can't. And he's having these flashbacks, PTSD of the bat attack, right? So he tells him he got to leave, and then they do leave. And that's when they get killed. And Bruce internalizes that and blames himself for it because he was a coward. And that kills him. And it adds to the idea. It's like, it's not just some random killing. It's that Bruce says, if I wasn't a coward, if I didn't ask my parents to leave the theater, they'd be alive today. That's on me. And he expresses that rage to Ra's al Ghul in the one part. And it's great stuff, man. That movie is great. Batman Begins. I mean, all three. And to me, Dark Knight Rises, underrated, man. I know people who trash it. Bane was great, despite what Graham says. I know that's his character and all that, but god damn it, having Tom Hardy play Bane, fantastic. And Bane, in a lot of ways, is, I think, based on the mutant leader here. Because it wasn't long after Dark Knight Returns where Bane appeared in the comics. It wasn't long after. So this inspired a lot. It inspired Cable also. And I'll be able to show you guys what I mean. So thanks for being here, guys. Let us continue. So here's next page. Bruce is standing there naked, overlooking the cave. He has been down here in a long time, and it just bit by bit, it's telling you something here, right? We've established now that Bruce Wayne has a mustache, that he's been Batman free for 10 years. He's been this quote unquote sober of Batman. Master Bruce, you set off the alarm, sir. The somnambulism, I think, not being able to sleep. Somnambulism is becoming a bit of a problem, certainly for those of us with a penchant for sleeping in our beds. It's the spirits, I suspect. Tends to make one overly sentimental. Come, sir. Hardly the hour for antiques, is it? He's trying to tap him on his shoulder. Come on, boy. It's going to be okay. And then the shot of Robin's suit under the glass. Hardly, Alfred. Sorry to wake you. It is 3:30. Master Bruce, whatever happened to your mustache? He's like, what the fuck? It's just a preparatory phase, right? He can't go out there in his mask with a mustache. Everyone knows Bruce Wayne wears one. Just those little touches are nice, even though those fingers are way too small. Again, those little things, whether, it's, well, Miller laid down a pencil, so that's on him. But besides that, and it's also interesting, the doctor here, Bartholomew Walper, with that Hitler mustache, the way J. Jonah Jameson has, the way I give Muhammad Hitler mustache, and also Super Jihad. The all-seeing Ian says, it's amusing to read the first Batman appearance in light of the deep psychological associations placed on him on the bat over the years. It's pretty much just, oh, a bat. Yeah, yeah. But that's the thing, you get artists involved, real artists who, bring more to the mythos, to the legend. And Nolan, I think, did the best of that. Clearly a little inspired by here, but he took it to a next level where Bruce is still afraid of bats, even as far as Dark Knight Rises, if you guys remember, when he was thrown in that hellhole. And the last thing he has to face before making that jump, these bats go after him. And he's still like, he still flinches. You know, it's a lifelong fear of his. He makes peace with it to some extent and also makes allies of them, if you remember in Batman Begins. But it's still there. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. Um, Art says the issue with Bane is that they created a great character, but he wasn't Bane. Loose resemblance to the comic version. Yeah, yeah, I know. It wasn't the one that they created for sure. They connected him to the what was it? To the Ra's al Ghul's gang. Even though Bane did end up going with Ra's al Ghul in the comics as well. You know, so that's probably an element that they took from there as well. Yeah, the sleepwalking, right? Torchbeard Studios, somnambulism, sleepwalking, right? Um, Interesting stuff here, man. So here he is in the Batcave. He hasn't been there for years. That's telling. He shaved his mustache. He's probably had one for the last 10 years. That's telling. It's like, okay, a part of him is trying to bust out. Batman says, come on, old man. You got no chance. Hold me back. None. Um, so here we go. For me, this is the end of a long nightmare. This is Harvey Dent speaking here. For me, this is the end of a long nightmare and the first step on the long road to absolution. Those were the last words spoken in public by Harvey Dent before his disappearance this morning. Yeah, Art says, completely neglected his South American roots and motivations as well. Different personality, yeah. Hardy was talking with Nolan about that. He wanted to bring maybe an accent in there, maybe a South American thing in there. And as they were going through it organically, I guess they decided to go with some kind of vague, foreign, you know, accent. That's it. Um, it was still, I think, a very effective villain for Batman in that universe. And Tom Hardy, an actor like that, you want to act like that doing that. He's all in. And that voice he chose, I mean, oh, you think darkness is your ally. I was born in the dark, molded by it. I mean, just great, great stuff. Great delivery. Those were the last words spoken in public by Harvey Dent before his disappearance this morning. While Police Commissioner Gordon issued an all-points bulletin for Dent, one voice was raised in protest, that of Dr. Bartholomew Walper, Dent's psychiatrist. So what do you think? See, this is good stuff here by Miller. I love it. I love this type of stuff. It's just objects, nothing exact. We don't know exactly who's talking, but we get an idea eventually. So you got the window, you got the fan. So what do you think? I think it's too damn hot, and I think he should see it or fold. Gordon's reaction, so they're watching television. Gordon's reaction is one of textbook hysteria, and that's Lynn Varley drawing the head of Dr. Bartholomew right there. That's her paint because it wasn't on there in the inks. I mean Dent, not dipstick here. So do I. I ought to see it or fold. We've been getting by without him, uh-huh. Characteristic and insensitivity. Harvey, on the other hand, is an extremely sensitive man. I mean, it ain't been great. That's right. An extremely vulnerable emotional condition, I believe. And we made some great scores with old Face, no denying it. So this is some gangsters, Two Faces gang, and they're bitching and moaning here while playing cards and having the TV on. Nuts unfolding that he has sought some much needed privacy. About time, yeah. Harvey needs our support. And there's a gun on that table also. Our concern. Not to be hunted down like some wild clique. Who the hell? Is that who I. Uh-huh. Going for a gun. I don't think so. I'll see it and raise. So it looks like Harvey Dent with medical mask, blood, whatever what do you call that? Like the bandages all over his face. It might be him. It might be him. He has a scarred coin there. Um, and I like, these type of things also. We know that's money, not because it looks exactly like money, but it is it's suggested. A little green, a little detail here and there. You don't need to draw every little dot, every little mark, or else you would spend days on that. Um, I'll see it in rays. 14 cases of heat prostration as the temperature soared a record breaking 12 degrees past the 100 mark. But there is hope, folks, in the form of a cold front charging from the Midwest. It may reach us as early as tonight. That will be all, Master Bruce. Great shot, man. Look at this. Dramatic, great shot. Opening up the page. Boom. You got the 8 panels there, 9 actually, and then just opening it up to set the stage. Beautiful. Got the statues here. High, sharp contrast shadows. Very, very strong. Bruce Wayne sitting there and watching this large TV screen. Very dramatic. And in the background, you have Alfred with a cane. He's a lot older at this point. That will be all, Master Bruce. I'm hoping that the next generation of the Wayne family shan't have an empty wine cellar. Though given your social schedule of late, the prospect of there being a next generation, that will be all, Alfred. Good night. And I remember reading prior to, I think, the release of this Amazing Heroes, I think, or comics interview. I think probably Amazing Heroes, where he was discussing Elektra Assassin, which he was working on at this time also. He was working on 3 or 4 different things here. Daredevil Born Again, I think he started to set the stage for that. Writing and drawing this, Elektra Assassin. Incredible. And then not long after, also Batman Year One. It was that 2-year period where he was just, he could do no wrong. Elektra Lives Again, the graphic novel. And then Elektra Assassin came also around this time. Could be a few years later. But what was I going to say? That'll be all. Okay. Miller mentioned in an interview prior to the release of this that his Alfred was like Hobson in the Arthur movie with Dudley Moore. It's hilarious. The movie's hilarious. And he was like an asshole butler, which is what he was doing here. Art says, I wonder if this imagery helped inspire Hush. Very possible. Very possible, Art. It's inspired a lot of stuff, good and bad, unfortunately. The grim and gritty stuff. This is heroic stuff. This is, it's not as dark as some people try to make it out to be. I don't think it is, personally. I think some people went way darker thinking that they were inspired by this, but it didn't have the quality of this. It didn't have the great storytelling that this has. It's a great story being told here. Hey, Deader X, hello. So Bruce is finally fed up with Alfred. He goes, that will be all, Alfred. Good night. And then here we are with a full throttle. You got 32 panels here, guys, on these 2 pages. And again, if you've read my comics, you also know that I'm not afraid of using a lot of panels at all. I'll open it up at times too, like splash page within the comic. But the current book that I'm doing is 16 grid mostly, of course. But then for a lot of them, I also have, because of the nature of the story I'm doing, sometimes I have like this as an entire panel, a tall one. There's a reason why I'm doing that, and I'll mention it as I go along. The closer it gets to publication. Um, Torchbearer Studio says he also did that Daredevil Love and War graphic novel with Vasekovich at the time. Yes, he did. And there's that one moment in that graphic novel that is killer, and it never ceases to be. I reread it not that long ago. Man, with a doctor. I don't want to say too much, but basically saying, you have her, and she is mine. Something along the lines of Vanessa, and then the other one. And the way the Bill Sienkiewicz designed that page and the way Miller wrote it, beautiful moment, powerful. Great stuff. Okay, so tonight's presentation of, excuse me. Tonight's presentation of Hollywood's finest, Tyrone Power in The Mark of Zorro. Zorro. I should have checked the listings. I should turn it off right this second. That's the movie that he watched with his mother and father the night they were murdered. Just a movie. That's all it is. No harm in wasting and watching a movie. Yeah, he tells himself that. No harm in watching a movie. You loved it so much you jumped and danced like a fool. You remember. You remember that night. And on top of that, Miller brings in the bats. And it makes him a little afraid for a split second. Interesting choice there, huh? Bringing the bats in again. And then feeling his father's strong hand saying, son, get behind me. This is great stuff here. Great storytelling. Look at that. Great shot there. And then his father is trying to heroically fight off Joe Chill, their killer. And he kills him. And his hand goes on Bruce. And Bruce just loses it. And then, this, what ended up being famous and overused, unfortunately, it works here, but then the people overdid it and everything they did is like, okay, that was Frank Miller's thing. Don't rip him off. Stop it. Zack Snyder even pulled it. But it works here. This is the first time we see it in this way, where Martha Wayne, the guy, gets his hand caught with her pearl necklace. It's an interesting, incredible visual way to do it. And as this is happening, it looks like Bruce has changed the channel at this point. He's thinking it might save him from this, thinking about it. Children were last seen with two young men. Boom! Pulls the trigger and it breaks the pearls, who were dressed in the distinctive costume of the mutant gang. Anyone with any information regarding the children is urged to call the crisis hotline. And he's turning a channel to try to find something not horrific. 4 killed in a senseless attack on Click. Subway deaths reach an all-time high. This Click. He's looking away in pain. Rape and mutilation of Click. Here's Dave with some good news. Dave? Right, Lola. Right as rain. The heat's finally going to break, but we're in for a whopper of a Click. And he is just all... This is it. This is the moment when the bat breaks out. And he goes, the time has come. And it's no longer Bruce Wayne talking. It's no longer Bruce Wayne's voice talking. It's Batman. The time has come. You know it in your soul. For I am your soul. You cannot escape me. You are puny, you are small, you are nothing. A hollow shell, a rusty trap that cannot hold me. Smoldering, I burn you. Burning you, I flare, hot and bright and fierce and beautiful. You cannot stop me, not with wine or vows or the weight of age. You cannot stop me, but still you try. Still you run. You try to drown me out, but your voice is weak. Check his messages. Beep. Mr. Wayne, this is Harvey Dent. I just want to thank you. You've done so much. I feel so whole, so free. I want you to know that someday I'll find a way to repay you. Click. Beep. Bruce Clark. Just thought you should know. I'll be out of town for the next few weeks. Way out of town. Click. Beep. Selena Bruce. I'm lonely. Click. And just like in the classic Batman where he sees a bat, just like in Batman Year One when the bat crashes through the glass, this is the most epic version of it ever. Because again, it looks like a giant bat, but we only have that on the visual here. We're not comparing it to anything else. We don't see it compared to a Bruce Wayne. And he looks and he got that big X across his eyes. And then the shadows coming back and forth, and it goes overhead, and then it goes right. The light comes right across his face, and that bat just crashes right through. And that's it. That's it. Bruce Wayne is overcome. 10 years of being a dead man is just, it's over. Batman just broke out, and it's dramatic as hell. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I got to get some more water. I got to dry throat at this point. Give me 1 second. Thanks, guys. Okay, I'm going to read a few comments here and then get back. Hope you guys are having a good time. I'm having a good time. We got 30 pages left. I am all in. I am all in here, guys. So thank you for being here. Give me 1 second. I want to see something quick. Okay. Got some more and more eyeballs, which I love. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks chiming in also. Chime in anytime, guys. Anytime. Don't worry about it. I'm going to read your comments. I'm going to get off subject and talk about behind the scenes aspect, things I read from Miller and other interviews and so on. And we'll always get back to the book. We can always get back. Art says the necklace being ripped has gone well into the mainstream, used in shows and movies that aren't remotely comic related. Right. Right. So it transcended comics. Interesting. Okay. It just it worked 40 years ago, 39 years ago, and especially for this. And again, is that it's it emphasizes the horror of it all, right? I guess it's supposed to be Joe Chill. That is the killer of the parents. At least it's changed over the years, different whatever movies stuff. But he has his hand caught up in the necklace and puts it up against her neck and shoots that, and there's breaks off. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Deadrex says, I can't imagine it any different than the pearl necklace being ripped. It's so iconic. Yep. Chopper, oh, amazing. Deadrex says the giant bat deleted scene from Batman Forever does kind of the same thing, and it's a legendary scene. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It works here because it never is never solidified that it is this giant bat. It's always drawn that way. It's always alluded to. It's never seen in comparison to Bruce. You never see a shot of them together. It's just it's a mythical thing, and that's fine. And I like that aspect of it. The way Batman is being, discussed here as a mythical being. He's not just the tights. It's this inner dark beast creature that breaks out of Bruce Wayne here. And he can't hold him back. And with the amount of crime, Batman's like, fuck this shit. I'm not gonna listen to all this stuff and not do anything about it. And Bruce Wayne, I mean, of course not two separate beings, but the idea is that he tried to deny it, and he can't deny his nature. He's a hero. Bruce Wayne's a hero. He can't deny it anymore. He has to go out there and kick evil's ass. And the way Miller makes it is just a far more dramatic way than him just saying, you know what, crime's really bad, man. Let me go out there again. It's just a more interesting and entertaining way of getting to that point where he has to put on the suit. And it's just more artistic, more stylized on every level. More impact than him just deciding, damn, these crimes, that's it, I'm back. No. Make it hard, make it on the fact that he wants to deny his nature. And that's what he's been doing for 10 years. Under this idea that he was somewhat responsible for, Robin's death. And that's the thing. One of the best things about Batman Begins also, besides, there are a lot of great things, but one of the best things was when Bruce is there and he feels absolute guilt for the death of his parents, remember? And he goes, Alfred, it's my fault. Alfred, it's my fault. And he goes, no, 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 son, master. No, 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 no. It's his fault and his alone. He had to reiterate again and again, it's his fault and his alone. And the same thing happened when Rachel was killed by the Joker in Dark Knight. Similar echo. He goes, Alfred, it's my fault. He goes, Master Bruce. The same thing, more or less. It's his fault and his alone. You can blame yourself all you want. You can beat yourself up. And that's what good people do. They overdo it. Peter Parker, for instance, he over blames himself. He's in part, in his mind, part responsible for that horrific murder of his uncle. He was just thoughtless. He was a thoughtless kid, and it happened to be that the guy that he didn't stop killed him, but it's not his fault per se. I mean, the way, it happens, if he maybe stopped and he probably would have been in jail, couldn't have killed him, but his fault, as in he was part responsible for his, no. And the same thing here. And also the same thing with Bruce. Can't get over the fact, and even as an adult, he still holds on to that idea that it was his fault. That eats away at you. And then he goes to Alfred, and he talks about him being, him knowing that he has to decide to be this other thing, this elemental something. He has to think about this immortal, thing, not just him being a man, has to be an image, and it works. And this is what Miller's building here, this mythical aspect of Batman, the legend of Batman, because here he becomes legendary. People think he's dead. So he's a legend in people's minds. He's not even recorded. I mean, as you could tell, the media, some people don't even think that he ever existed. So he's taken on this mythological, legendary place in Gotham. And then he comes back, and he comes back bigger than ever, and that's literally bigger than ever. It's the biggest Batman we've ever seen. Prior to this, he was always solid, the most popular version in the 70s and moving forward was the Neil Adams, rock solid, built, shredded. Here he's just massive. That big square head, thick neck, big. It's the biggest we've ever seen him, and it fits the story. It fits the legendary aspect of it, and it's awesome. Fleety one says just finished Graveyard Shift and starting the supplements now. Damn, good art and story. That's awesome. That's awesome to know that, because I think I ordered 5, but I got to get all the others. All the others. I think there were 4, right? Is that I think there were 4 prior to that. Chopper says, you are a true artist, Bosch. It's such a treat to have someone such as yourself show us the art and detail and how different people use them. It is fascinating. Cheers for this, Bosch. Thank you very much, Chopper. Much appreciated, man. I love this stuff. This propelled me to become a writer artist more than anything else. This story right here, what Miller did here was again the peak of his powers. This was when he just kicked ass in a way that I don't think any other cartoonist did. I mean, this is still it's put up there with Watchmen. It's better than Watchmen. Watchmen is not a romantic superhero story. It diminishes the heroism of the characters. It's a dissection of them. It's a deconstruction of superheroes. This is not a deconstruction. This is leveling up Batman. Making him even greater than he was as a legend and a hero. Because in the end, whatever else he is, a vigilante, he's a hero. And again, he couldn't just stand by and see this horrific version of Gotham and just stand still and not do anything about it. Crime has gotten so bad that it spills over to every aspect. And again, the enemies are nihilistic now. They are just for the fuck of it. They're just doing horrific things for the hell of it. And that's what we've gotten in our world also. So this is Miller in a lot of ways projecting. Um, Flayden One says, facts, a huge boon to comics, art, and CG. Bosch and most of the kings shared tons of art and comics, insight, history, and interpretations. Hey, man. Flady, my man. Appreciate it, man. Much appreciated, guys. Again, this is you love this stuff so much that you want to make it. And there's a certain part, I think, even growing up, where you love this stuff so much, and you ask yourself, like, okay, but I won't be the beneficiary of reading it the way because I love these things. I want to make them, sure, but I can't appreciate the way I may appreciate others' work. You just do the best you can, and then hopefully you can appreciate your own work. And I do appreciate my work. I mean, I hear some art sometimes. I don't get it. Ugh, I can't look at my art. It's like, what? What? No, no. I try to do the best I can and appreciate it for itself. I'm like, all right, and if you do appreciate it for itself, you can get better and better and better, and that's what you want. And then you can also remove from it for a while. You can look at it as if it's its own work apart from you, which is pretty wild. But you can appreciate it on its own separate level at times. In the creation process, absolutely not. A few years removed, yeah, you can say, okay, where was I there? Interesting. Okay. And you can see it as an objective, you know, piece of work, of art. It's not impossible. I know people pretend it is. It's not. Um, Thanks, Lady. Thanks, Chop. Appreciate it. Again, this is fun stuff, man, and I'm glad you guys are here to share it because this is the big one, guys. This is the one that busted comics out of it. Really brought comics out into the mainstream. And again, within 3 years, there was a Batman movie. It's not by accident. It's not by accident. This is what sparked it. The popularity of this book. Whatever hesitations the studios had prior to this, after this, they were like, nah, all right, I guess there's a market. And we got the rights, so let's do it, finally. And they did it. And flaws and all, that first movie, the Michael Keaton stuff and Jack Nicholson, it was a good thing, for the character. At least they went a darker way, but, it is pretty flawed. It's tough to watch through and just not dissect it. But there were moments that are cool. And again, they got the look pretty much right. Keaton was a surprisingly good Batman. He was. Jack Nicholson could have lost a little weight to make it a little more, you know, he had that big belly popping out. I was like, okay, just you're getting paid how much? At least do a workout regimen. Come on, get in the part, man. Do something. He never changed his. I mean, unlike Bill will change his body in every single way, go incredibly emaciated to being fat, and for whatever flaws he had, also with that, I'm gonna take it over the bridge. I don't like it. I don't like that stuff. But all things considered, he was the best Batman because you can take him most seriously. It's like I see this guy as an obsessed guy and he doesn't want to do it for the rest of his life also. I like that. There's a healthy aspect to Bale's Bruce Wayne Batman and to Nolan's because he wants to, you know, save Gotham from its terrible crime infested, the from basic crime, and ultimately saves it from the ultimate crimes of the would be dictators. But then wants to go and try to find a life. I like that, and I remember people resenting it. Dark Knight Rises, like, oh man, yeah, give the guy a break, man. Give Batman a break. If he can find some happiness, go for it. He's not gonna. I mean, here he's 55 years old. Still, but then again, he hasn't been Batman for years, so it's a whole explosion of years of a little guilt that he feels because of all the lives that he could have saved and whatnot over the years. So now he's just going full throttle, all out in the way that he didn't do it, before. Um, Flay says, "Yep, you have to forgive my ignorance. I am a musician, actor, but I'm new to this world. I am really impressed by the depth of it." Yeah, Chopper, and you know what? And it's interesting, Chopper, because as I read this, right, I'm reminded of the fact that this was not a new beginning for comics. This was not to set the standard, unfortunately, because after this, people still go back 40 years. Say, I still introduce people to comics that, well, read Dark Knight and read Watchmen. I got to go 40 years back. I know there have been good comics that have been made since then. I know that, and they're still today. But the fact is, this is a high point, you know, and it shouldn't have been the case. Meaning, it should have been this. Okay, then everyone goes to step up, like The Sopranos happened, right? And then from there, Breaking Bad and other shows, everyone had to step up. Unfortunately, you know, it didn't happen. We still go back, and again, it stands the test of time. It still inspires today. Even reading this, I'm thinking about certain aspects of my own stories and like, man, you know, what can I bring to that and so on. And, because there's a point in the story of Pigman also where, uh, you know, he's gone. I'll just put it that way. And the world believes that. And let's see what happens, after the fact. And there's a legend built there, because also looking at this, guys, if you read Pigman, or even if you haven't, if you look at it, there is parallels here clearly. I mean, Daniel Greenfield, who wrote the best review I've ever gotten, said this is the closest thing you compare Pigman to is Dark Knight Returns. And it's not that I, uh, based it on it. It's just the point of a big, brutal vigilante facing the worst scum of the earth, and he's not ready for prime time. He's not a young man. Frank Warner, Pigman, he's not. He's not as old as, Bruce Wayne here, but he's not a young man. And eventually might get to that point, but he, as of the point where the story is, no, he's not. But he feels compelled to because no one else would be willing to do what he's willing to do. And the way he does it, and with his knowledge, no one has knowledge against this enemy that he does. And no one fights better, crime better than Batman. So he's like, crime's gotta get it. I've been sitting here for 10 years, rationalizing everything because it's Jason, because the Joker, because this and that. And he's just overwhelmed and it busts out again. His defenses are down. He's okay. Let me read a few more comments, guys, and then get back. Again, we are on page. Okay, we got 30 pages. Wow. Again, you guys can come back later and watch it. Also, I don't have to I don't have to tell you that, but I got no problems with you guys because this is a long one. This be one of my longest videos. So, but let me read some more comments, guys, and then I will go right back. Flea says, Chopper, no worries. Good to have you on board. CG is a great place to learn and experience great story and art. That's for sure. And I'm happy as hell to be part of it, man. I'm lucky to be part of it. Dedarex says, Batman needed to evolve to combat mutant thugs, hence the bigger look, the brutal tactics, but still done with heroism. Absolutely. No doubt. Again, Miller made him also where he can look at Superman right in the eye, be more or less the same size as him, and there's something about that, and he's bigger than a lot of the guys that he faces. He's a brutal version of Batman here, which I like. He shouldn't be a deputized version going to City Hall in the daytime and to the police stations. That's not Batman. Um, Chopper says, thanks for that, mate. So that is Comicsgate. I will check it out. Well, it's this whole movement, Chopper, of these artists who've been more or less, most, if not all, have been canceled, have been neglected, have been rejected by the mainstream because of their politics, not allowed to do the things that they can do, that they love to do. And there's a movement that supports them, a customer base, and also the cartoonists who support other cartoonists to try to make it easier for them to create, without the hassle of dealing with these rat fucks who would bury them if they could in a lot of ways. Creative, career wise, and also sometimes even, you know, they're mean rat fucks. They really, really are. And we're lucky to have this space where we can create, give ourselves a chance to continue and offer, you know, customers worthwhile comics. Worthwhile comics. Yeah, man, that's for sure. Chopper Bill is amazing how far he goes for the character. 100%. Uh, Art says Bill is crazy though and permanently damaged his body. He was warned about it, Art, by some people. Unfortunately, um, he lost 50 pounds at least for the mechanic, or what was it called? I forget what it's called. Crazy. He gained 50 at least, maybe even more to play Dick Cheney. But he's such a great actor. And I love the fact that he, at post Batman, he didn't go and try to cash in and make pop movies. He's making movies that he interest him, clearly. You know, movies that interest him. That's it. Whether they're going to be popular or not, respect it. You got to respect him for that because, he has done Batman now for 13 years. And he just created interesting roles. And sometimes I watch some, sometimes I miss them. Not all of them look as appealing as others, but he is a great actor. And we were lucky to have him play, Bruce Wayne for 3 movies the way he did. Again, despite the roars of you know, the way sometimes he lost it, but it was full commitment. I will say that. Dan Rex says Nolan's Batman movies are great, but they do lack soul. They're too pristine, almost pedantic. That's some of the criticism against it. From what I hear, Deaderex, it's possible. I mean, that's what some people say, but I mean, I just think that they're very, how can I put it? They're rock solid in terms of his morality. He's a good man, Bruce Wayne. He's a good man, Batman. And it's done cold blood away in a lot of ways. I mean, sure, very very precise, sure, but it can get ugly. I mean, it can get ugly in there. The moral issues that he deals with and the choices he has to make, and you know his choices to end up killing some of the bad guys when he justifies it, says this is war. And he starts picking off Bane's guys. That's not a clean Batman, the way people would like to see him. That's not the Boy Scout. That's a guy who's at war and says, hey, I got to kill these guys. I got to blow them up. So there's aspects of that and also the brutality of the fights at times, It's awesome. So we can talk about that maybe another time, but Fellini says, less serious, but Pete Holmes' Batman comedy sketches on YouTube are hilarious. That's right. And he does do the whole, the ridiculous thing. He takes the Bale thing and lampoons it in a funny way. All right, it says, Comicsgate is great. It's what got me back into comics. You should check out Batman before Bosch closes out other cool stuff like Cyberfrog and Snowman. Thanks, Art. Art's talking to a Chopper. Yeah, definitely Chopper. If you haven't seen Batman, Pigman, check it out. I'll be closing next week. So, and again, I'm still trying to find a venue to close it. I can try to close it on my own channel, but it's so small that, at least the one on YouTube. My, you know, X account, I don't know how many people actually engage in it. I don't know. I just don't know. I wish I had my, X account transferred to my YouTube account with 30,000 followers. There's a lot more engagement on YouTube, as you can see here. Most of the comments here are from YouTube, not from X. And I have a lot more followers on X. I mean, literally 30,000 more followers. So, but I do appreciate you guys being here. Thanks, man. Um, Chopper says, ordered Pigman #1. Thanks for the tips. We'll check out those Cyberfrogs. No, man. Thanks, Chopper. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy it, and we can get to, we can do a post fulfillment stream or streams, plural. Let me know what you guys think. Let me have it, if you don't like it and so on, or criticism, or even whatever, if you love it. Of course, I want to hear it all, whatever it is. And I mean that. I can, I'm a big boy here. I can take, and believe me, I take a lot. So, because sometimes the anti-CG gang give me a lot of grief. I'm like, guys, with all due respect, whatever you guys try, I've had death threats. I survived a jihadist attack. I can take it. It's comical to me. The all-seeing Ian says, this book was definitely big news. I remember reading coverage of it in my dad's Sunday newspapers here in Ireland. A very unusual thing for them to cover a comic in that way. That's for sure, Ian, because Rolling Stone magazine had a little write-up about it. TV had a little something about it. And that's that's when the studio bosses would always be like, huh, okay. Well, I saw Rolling Stone today. It was okay. You know what? Maybe it's time for a Batman movie. It's sad that that's what it took for them, but whatever, man. I mean, they had this gold mine in there, and the idiots didn't understand it. Batman is an icon. He's an icon of icons. He's one of the greatest intellectual properties in the world. And for these idiots not to have jumped on it, because they had the rights for it for over a decade at that point, and they did nothing with it. Nothing until, you know, Miller took off with this and brought a whole new feel to Batman, an epic quality that he was lacking at that time, especially at that time. I mean, he was out, he was with the bright blue and gray and yellow. Here, much more subdued. Even though he has the blue suit, here it's drawn in a different way, a darker way still. Um, Matt BS Studio said the pacing of this book flows so great, like there's a musical beat to it. Yes, absolutely right. And thanks, Matt. Glad to see new streams back. Great stuff, Bosch. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I really, I've learned just by doing it. I've learned that I really like doing live streams. I didn't know before. I like it. I like doing streams, and mainly streams, the live streams, guys. I prefer to just doing a cold review that I would do on my own and post it up. I prefer it. And I hope, I know maybe some people don't like it because it's like the focus goes off. I like the organic quality of it. I like the give and take as we go through. It's an organic thing. And this is a communal thing. I mean, this is something that we don't necessarily get to do a lot, right? Even movies, we're losing that idea. We're going to the movie theater was a communal thing where we can get to appreciate a movie with a lot of people. Sometimes it was value in that. Sometimes certain people go in there and they cause a ruckus, but whatever. The point is, it was nice to have that the morning after The Sopranos came out type thing, talking about it. There's a value to that I think has been lacking with these cold, uploads. I don't know. I'd rather do it this way. I've done all my reviews this way, and I like it. I much prefer it to doing just again a cold review, putting up there and whatever. I like the give and take. And again, you guys add some insight, some things that maybe I've missed, which is always good. Um, Chopper says, when Bill played that character in the movie American Hustle, yeah, he put on so much weight in the, yep, and he slopped 2 discs in his back. Damn, he slipped 2 discs in his back? Jesus Christ. I hope he's okay, but Art says he destroyed his body. I hope he did it, man. Because we haven't seen him play any aggressive action type character, in a long time. Maybe he can't. I don't know. I mean, he's getting up there, but still. Um, Chopper said, I put my name down for Pigman when I first found your stuff. Do you know when the comics get sent out? At the end of next month is my plan, Chopper. It's supposed to be at the end of last month, July. Um, Last few weeks, I've been trying to close it, and it's been little hiccups here and there. Other guys launching and closing and so on, and not following through and so on. So I'm trying to find a closeout home for this coming week. Um, and we will see, and I will clearly announce it when I do get word. So I just want to make sure there's something rock solid about it instead of just up in the air. I don't want to do that. And I don't want to necessarily close on my streams because, again, I won't get as many, and I want as many eyeballs as possible. I want to make it as strong a close as I can. I want the close to be the biggest deal of this campaign. And again, I want to release a seventh and final closeout cover for that day. So I will let you guys know. I will clearly make some noise about it on here, on my posts at YouTube, on Facebook, and particularly X. That's my biggest reach, though. I was able to gain through 30,000 in the last 2 years. It's pretty damn good. I was able to gain 14,000 in like 6 or 7 years in the old Twitter. So there's some interest there. Um, a few more comments. I'm going to read 2 more and then get back, guys. Okay, the all-seeing Ian says, I have the Pigman floppies, but backed. Thank you very much, man. I know a number of people have done that, so I do appreciate it. Just my opportunity to thank those who have gotten the old ones and now are getting this one. So thank you very much, man. Really, really appreciate it. That means a lot because that means you still believe in the story and like, okay, you would just want a remastered version of it, which is awesome. I have the Pigman floppies, but backed it and the other books on FMC just now. Good luck and with the closeout, Bosh. Thank you very much, man. Ian, thank you very much. Big time appreciate it. And cheers from Ireland. So Trevor says, okay, got it. So you have to close it out and then it's done. Got you. Sorry, I don't know how to change. Yeah, it's my first campaign, Chopper, my first crowdfund. It was all new to me also, and I had to learn a lot. I had to learn a lot. So nice one I have shared with some guys I know who are into comics. Very cool. Art says so many covers. More covers than I ever thought I would make, Art. I've never had more than one cover for my comics. And this whole thing, I was like, you know what? Bring a little more interest, bring a little more, and also a variety. I like that. I like that a lot. And this one will be a double page, like a fold out cover. So it'll be front and back cover. I got the perk with everything at the start of the campaign. Am I getting everything? Absolutely, 100%. Yes. Those who are ready, if you order the whole everything, you get everything. You don't have to, don't worry about that. Those who initially got that, so that's also a nice perk here, guys. If you initially got the get it all, deal, you will get 2 or 3 more covers that you didn't order initially. That's yours because it's the biggest deal. And of course, if you get it now, you'll have to pay for all the covers. But Art and others who got initially, you get 3 covers at least. At least that will be part of your deal that you did not initially order. That's a nice thing to do because if you get on the ground floor, you get all these benefits. Thanks, Chopper. Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're. I try to make them all a little different, and this one will be different than any of the other ones also. And again, I never intended to make all these covers, but I think there was an interest for it. So people were asking me also. And I'm like, okay. I mean, if there's interest, sure. But again, the closeout cover will be a nice way to close it up. And again, I want to really end strong, as strong as I can, and I'll figure out how and who to do that with. So, thanks, guys. Let's get back. So this is the moment where the giant bat, the giant bat, who might not be a giant bat, it's a mythological thing. It's like a myth, but yeah. Chopper. I also wanted to get the last Death Threats book, but I was getting, yeah. I think I still have a handful of the part one. No, no, no. You know what? One second. I think I sold them all. Yeah, yeah. They're sold out. Peaceful Death Threats one, Peaceful Death Threats two, um, Islam Bitches, all out of print. But I still have a dozen each of my Muhammad cartoons one and two on boxfawson.com and my Muhammad flip book, guys. I still have a nice stack. I still have a nice stack. Check that out as well. It's a unique thing and it has pigment in it, so it's a nice little thing. And I didn't want to make part of this campaign just for, again, Luke Stone has been great. For my comic has been great. At the same time, I didn't want to, cause too much of a ruckus there. Um, but we'll see. I did hear that Indiegogo is under new ownership and that Cecil got his campaign, got his account back. If that's true, maybe Pigman 2, FM, Fun My Comic, and Indiegogo. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. So yeah, guys, check it out. Check out my Muhammad flip book featuring Pigman. And I have about a dozen left each of my Muhammad cartoons, one and two. And there's also propaganda. I found at least two boxes. I made a move recently. I thought they were all sold out. I sold the last ones and then I saw them. I felt a little bad about it to those who got the last ones, but I said, hey, I'll make it part of my campaign. Again, there was buried under a lot of stuff. I mean, that's what happens when I moved like, man, 5 times in the last less than a decade. This one probably would be my last one in a while because I like this. This home is very nice. Okay, guys, let me continue. Thanks for the break. Thanks for being cool about this because, again, it's a whole different thing here. Art says Luke Stone welcomes the heat. He gets to make his stance clear and brings attention to FMC. He's been great. Zero complaints about him. That's why even if I was able to get it on Indiegogo, I'm not sure if I was going to. I had a little thought as a possibility, but I don't know. Again, we'll see. I want to make the biggest close I possibly can. I do want to do that. And if I can get it on even on Indiegogo for a week, or less than that, maybe try it. I don't know. Will be a difference. From what I gather, people say that you can make a lot more on Indiegogo. But the fact is, I think I made a pretty good choice with Fun My Comic. And I'm not complaining about what ended up there at all. Very, very cool. Because I had no idea what to expect. So earn it backer by backer by backer. That's it. And just technically speaking, guys, for the record, my current backers and amount for Pigment number one is bigger than ISOM action figures. I'm just saying it's a different thing. I get it. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. He has 500,000 followers. I got what, 200 on here, only 30,000 on X. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to me. I thought that was pretty funny. All right, guys. So here we go. Crashing through that glass is giant bat. Or is it? Rumble. Power lines are down all over the suburbs. It's a mean one, and it's headed straight for Gotham. Like the wrath of God, it's headed for Gotham. Straight out of nowhere this comes. Have I my umbrella? Surely not. And had I my umbrella, would it now be raining? Surely not. Hey, mommy, what an ugly, look at this. Hey, mommy, come in here where it's warm. I need you, mommy. Make me feel safe. Oh no, please, God, no. Talk soft. And then you hear, ah, this big silhouette of a hand grabbing the guy. Look at the size of his fingers compared to the other guys. And then he takes that, and he's so fast bringing them in that the glasses stay in the air. That's cartooning. That's great cartooning. It's a great drawing here too, with that nice little line work shadow. And that's how you see Batman for the first time in this comic, as a silhouette, a beast, a shadow beast. Rumble, crack. A lightning bolt from the cover comes in, whoosh, lighting up the sky, the building is looking at. And then you got this pimp coming in here. Get you ugly ass in there, bitch. We taking a ride. Man, oof. You painted me, Joni. You messing with my livelihood. This is Miller doing that whole truth whiff thing with the black guy. You messing with my livelihood. Not my face, Silk, please. Ah, look at you, Joni. You went and grew another nostril. Hey, man, take it someplace else. I don't need the grief. Shut you hairy face and drive. Yeah, all right. Just make it quick. You left us one unpleased. I gotta say, I'm surprised that DC. I think DC was so hard for getting Miller here. They were like, yeah, all right, not crazy about it, but all right, it's hilarious. You left us with unpleased customer back there, Joni. Listen, Silk, dog eat dog world. That bastard wanted me to. You smile a little wider now, Joni. Just had this baby tuned. Whoomp! On the hood, on the roof, actually. What the? Ease up back there, man. I'm still paying for these wheels. Don't stick us. That was on the roof. The roof? That's right, the roof. And if someone messing with me, this boot comes crashing down on the guy's hand, clearly doing his damage in his wrist. And you hear a whack. Oh man, start already. Clunk. And then you see Batman take the dirty money and tear it up. Now, could he have drawn this better? Yeah, I think so. But again, it's effective. Takes it, and you see a little green paper. The guy's like, oh shit. And again, crack. This lightning bolt crashing through the night. Come on, Michelle, we'll cut through the arcade. Here where you meet Carrie Kelly. But Carrie, nobody comes here, not anymore. Brad says he saw the mutants here. Chill out. And, Miller had this lingo here that was very, that the mutants speak, and also some of these girls speak. It's very, very different. I don't even know if it was of its time, to be honest. I think he created a lot of it. Didn't sound like anything I remember, So he goes, Brad says he saw the mutants here. Chill out, Michelle. It's only a block. And I figure I don't mind my notes getting all wet. Just like I figure I did do double study hall for fun. So you flunked the chem test. So what? Your computer scores will bring your grade average back up. And Brad said, I know, Michelle, but even mutants know to go home in the rain. And besides, it's too bright here for trouble. Lights go out. Carrie, don't go all Billy, Michelle. It's just a storm. Let it come back on. See, no, it was just lightning. Chick, 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 chick. Here's the mutants doing their thing, I guess. Come here, here, chicken legs. And then you see this strange silhouette. I'm like, is he standing on something? I don't know what it is, but it's clearly Batman. And he has the batarangs, the small ones, the more brutal ones, I think. Because they don't just knock things out, they stick into you hard. Start with the little one. No, Carrie, oh my, they're just going to kill these girls for the hell of it, for the sport of it. Again, it is a different breed of regular. Now, we get the psychopaths, but these are just
teenage kids who fell into this mindset. They can't all be psychos, but they end up acting like them, you know? Slice and dice, man. Slice and dice. Dunk, 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 dunk. Boom. Batman's batarang is going to the guy's arm, and he screams his head off. Jesus, my arm. Something stuck in my arm. It's okay, man. I got. And the guy is okay. I didn't say this from the beginning. You shouldn't experience Dark Knight Returns here. If you haven't read it, guys, please leave. Go read it on your own. Okay? Go read it on your own. You don't want to experience it this way. You want to experience it directly in your own mind, in your own eyes. And by the way, I'm Bosch Falls and cartoonist. I should have announced that in the opening. I know my channel is there, but whatever. I guess I got to get used to that. Maybe I should start doing that the way Ethan does. Introduce myself at the start of every show. Okay. Jeez, my arm so anything moves, I shoot. Whoop. And then you got these two hands that come up and crack breaks this guy's arm. Spike, what's he do? What? No, put me down. Let's go back up. The guy gets electrocuted. And let's just say I'm not sure if he lives through that. Not that Batman killed him per se, but he got caught up in the electricity and the rain and all that. So, breakthrough in hair replacement techniques, and that's the. Excuse me. I've just been handed this bulletin. A large bat-like creature has been sighted on Gotham's south side. It is said to have attacked and seriously injured 3 cat burglars who have plagued that neighborhood. You don't suppose. So the first media rumblings of Batman Returns hit. A Batman's Return hits. By the way, in Dark Knight Rises, you had this scene here with the 2 cops. Remember, it's right out of here. Dark Knight Returns was something that Jonathan Nolan, Christopher Nolan's brother, was given to him by Christopher Nolan. And Christopher Nolan is the older brother of Jonathan Nolan, who wrote The Dark Knight Rises. He says, Christopher gave me this, I think it was his birthday, and he goes, he fell into it. And he basically hasn't gotten out since, which is hilarious. But he loved it. And clearly they brought that into their Dark Knight movies with the title itself, The Dark Knight. Different sensibilities, but overall a similar, I think, epic quality that Miller brought. Art says, unfortunately, see it more often these days. People assaulting others for no reason, roaming for trouble. Yep, absolutely right. It is the spread of nihilism as something that is just out of control. With no reason, no nothing. There was a sport to it, an ugly sport to it. Killing people for the hell of it. No reason. Now, not that anyone has any reason to murder people, but the point is that no reason to. They're not committing crimes, not stealing, not robbing even. Um, all good. Torchbearer Studios. Anyone else who's got to leave, just come back and watch it when it's up on the stream. Thanks, Bosh. I got to go, but I will watch this the rest of the Monday when I sit down to draw. Absolutely. What you do is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, Torchbearer Studios. Much appreciated. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me. And if you guys like it, on top of that, that's awesome. That's awesome. Because again, this is something that I love. I just want to go through the entire comic, and again, clearly with you guys in mind, or else I wouldn't be doing it publicly. I just be rereading it on my own. But the point is, if you like it, on top of that, that is awesome. Okay. Repeat, all units, robbery in progress at Gotham Security Trust. There they are, kid. Let's motivate. An older guy. This just in. 2 young children who disappeared this morning have been found unharmed in a Riverside warehouse. An anonymous tip led police to the warehouse where they found the children with 6 members of the mutant gang. All 6 are suffering from multiple cuts, contusions, and broken bones. They were rushed to Gotham General Hospital. The children described an attack on the gang members by a huge man dressed like Dracula. That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. Scree is a cop chase. That jalopy pulled away from the bank at the same. Hell with that. The custom job's got to be our baby. Police phones Police phone lines are jammed with citizens describing what seems to be a siege on Gotham's underworld by the Batman. This is Batman Unleashed. He is going all over the city of the rebirth of Batman. You know, born again. Here he comes, and the enemy and the criminals of Gotham are scared shit, as they should be. And unfortunately, the criminals in society as well, from doctors to the media scumbags. Similar to how Ayn Rand's characters are treated, and also Trump being the boogeyman of all media. Although several rescued victims to be have described the vigilante to News 12 reporters, Commissioner James Gordon has declined to comment on whether or not this might mean the return of the Batman. The cop alarm. Gordon will have our heads if we lose him. Damn. I like that. I like that the old cop is still, Gordon keeps him in check. I like that. He's not some old doddering fool. He's still the Gordon. Hey, hail, Mikey. How's it going, man? Uh, I intend to do it next week, Mikey. I'm trying to find a home for the closeout. I sent some feelers out, and we'll see how that goes, and I will announce it. But next week is my closeout. Uh, again, I hope to have a big closeout, as bigger than the opening, bigger than the launch. So, by next week, Mikey, and then I will start to fulfill at the end of next month because I got a few different matters to do prior to that. But I will start fulfillment next month, and it won't go for that long. I have about 300 something backers now, but I still have to do a number of things prior to making sure that it closes out as strong as can be in the book itself and so on. Bob Jester, hey, appreciate it. All good, man. Come back another time to finish this up if you're interested. Again, this is a longer review. Each one will go this long. That's the nature of it, and also the interactive quality. I love that aspect, so I'm all good. All right, guys. Gordon will have our heads if we lose him. Damn, that sucker can move. Hey, what's that? What? What's what? I can't. Up ahead. It's something weird. Kid, this ain't the time. But it's all right, all right. What is. Holy. He sees Batman. Battered, wounded criminals are being found by police while witnesses' descriptions are confused and conflicting. Takes off the siren. You're slowing down. Yeah, yeah, we're in for a show, kid. And newscaster writes, most descriptions seem to match the method and appearance of the Batman, or at least the impression he was known to make. It's still up in the air. And then you got this epic, great drawing by Miller. He went all out here. There was a time when Miller kicked ass visually, and this is one of those times. This great, unique drawing of Batman leans more towards the Neil Adams style than he ends up later on. But look at it; it's fantastic, and we see for the first time his very useful looking utility belt. You got a lot of stuff in there. Instead of those little vials that he had, the thin ones, this is a big, different looking belt. And he just looks cool as hell. And the short ears also. Different than Adams and other artists. Especially different than, I think, Romita, who makes them real long, which I'm not crazy about. But this is a great, great drawing. Epic. The whole shot is great. They were so focused on that they didn't even finish this line here. It's so funny that Klaus or Frank didn't even finish the edge of the building. But I just noticed that right now. Actually, it's pretty funny. Interesting use of the cape there, like it's wings almost more than anything else than a cape. The musculature is solid. Great face, good big mitts, which I love. And again, it's interesting. Miller understood that, okay, people are used to this Batman, so I'm going to have the yellow symbol, I'm going to have the blue, because that's what they're acclimated to, but I'm going to change that with an issue too. I gotta move away from that, go back to the classic, and it's not gone back since. It's just the bat now. It's not gone back since Dark Knight Returns 40 years, which is my preference. I don't care for the yellow. Um, I know some do. I just don't. And then here's his inner monologue goes, "This should be agony. I should be a mass of aching muscle, broken, spent, unable to move. And were I an older man, I surely would." He's psyching himself out here. It's hilarious. He hasn't been in practice. He hasn't been working out the way he usually did. He hasn't been fighting crime for 10 years. But he's telling himself, it's all good, man. And you'll see that bravado lessened in short time. He starts realizing, come on, old man. Come on, old man. That's funny. That's right. Art Deco, that part of the building is angled. That's right. Cuts in. Nice. So then here are some witnesses, eyewitnesses to Batman. Okay, sorry. And were I an older man, I surely would. And he continues, but I'm a man of 30, of 20 again. The rain on my chest is a baptism. I'm born again. And then you have these eyewitnesses here. The first one, the first attack, wild animal, growls, snarls, werewolf, surely. She's willing to believe that that was a werewolf. And then Carrie Kelly's friend, monster, like with fangs and wings and it can fly. And Carrie Kelly says, reality check, Michelle. Talk about composure. Total lack of. He's a man, about 12 feet tall. Hilarious. And again, Miller's Batman is huge. You know, we know Batman to be a tall guy and all that, and built to rock solid, but his Batman is huge. And there's one image here you'll see in the next page too that is completely you can tell that the animated version came from this. You'll see it. I smell their fear and it is sweet, Batman says. Whoomp. What the hell is? Can't see. Jesus, slow down. Escape is covering up the entire windshield. Stop the car, but what is it? It'll get us. Hit the brakes. Scree. Batman jumps off the car, lands safely. And car crashes through all these metal cans and bricks. Oh my God, my God, oh my God. Murray's leg, leave him. That was Batman. Batman? Like, what the hell? Somebody think he's a myth. Look at that shot right there. It's fantastic. Holy, I never thought he was real, the cop says. These men are mine. That is awesome. Puts on the biggest voice he can. You can tell by the lettering. These men are mine. You heard the man. You crazy? I'm going in. Kid, you don't want to get in his way. Kid! Great shot there too, man. Again, this is peak Miller. This is Miller drawing his ass off here. Something we haven't seen him do in a long time. But this was him knowing he had to step up because he said he was afraid to do Batman. He was asked to do Batman for a while. He was afraid of it. It was too big, you know. Daredevil was doable, you know. He was not as iconic. He was a second, third tier character by the time he took it. He made it like a top level character, but Batman was an icon, you know, regardless of the bad stories. Again, he could survive anything. He's like America in a sense. We could survive a lot of stuff, a lot of scumbag presidents, but in perpetuity we can't. We have to have someone in there put back in check. Again, the way Trump is doing it. Um, great shot. And then here, this image right here to me, that's the animated Batman. That's the look, that entire look, the simplicity of it, the black cape, really, you know, huge. That looks like right out of it. Like that's what Bruce Timm saw and just turned that into what ended up being the animated version. At least that's what I think, looking at it. Could it be Batman? Turk said he killed Batman. Turk says lots. I love that. Miller's bringing in Turk from the Daredevil comics, who's this loser criminal, you know. Uh, Hilarious. Four of them, one in the car, leg broken in shock. Hard to see. Quiet. Other three are armed and smart enough to hang close together, but they're scared. Floor's weak, doesn't feel safe, so live dangerously and shut up. If it is him, he's got to be pretty old. Shh. Old enough to lean my legs to climb a rope. Over there. Fire low. Blam, 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 blam. They're fast. Shouldn't have gone so easy on them in the car. We get them? Hard to tell. Have to assume we didn't. Wait, what's that sound? Grrr. He never used to make sounds. So here he is making some animal sounds. Hilarious. Growling. He's like, I don't like this. You got a spare clip? Get your own goddamn clip. Hey, there's that cop car. And then Batman busts his hand out to the floor, and the guy's clicking away. Click, 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 click. I guess no bullets. He goes, welcome to hell. Brings him down. Ah, he's screaming. Very effective stuff here, man. It's like that one moment in the Batman Begins when Batman first shows himself to the gangsters, and he's like just picking them off. They don't know what they're dealing with. Just this black thing, and then guy says, "Where are you?" He's screaming. He goes, he's upside down, Batman, and goes behind him. He goes, "Here." And the guy turns around and he just envelops him in his cape, similar to this. Again, they know he's a man and all that, but there's part of them that says, like, I'm not sure if he's all man. I think there's something up with him. I think he's a powered creature. You might hit Mackie. Might. Did you? Mackie? Yeah. He's like, yeah, I hit him. But I don't see hook. No. Yeah, he's picking him off. Kill him. I'll kill him. That's a nice shot right there. I like that a lot. The cop coming behind, the gangster coming here, the criminal, and Batman right there turning around. The last one's usually the one to lose it. So I let him, and I let him come to me. Then I hear the rookie's footsteps coming up fast behind me. I have to keep him from getting killed. Everybody freeze. Oh! I don't know what Miller was thinking here. I think it's supposed to be a through the cape. I don't know 100%. It's not a great thing because it's like, is that his leg? I'm not sure. I always had a little problem with that one, but it should have been all black. The rookie's safe for the 5 seconds it will take him to find his pistol. I play the shadows, forcing the hood to come close. He makes less noise than a truck. Again, his Batman here is really drawn well. I'm loving it. And again, it changes dramatically in the next few issues. But this first issue, he just drew his ass off. He drew his ass off to set the stage. Also to make, as good an impression, I think, on DC and Batman readers as he could. And then he got a little more loose in the art. The story was great throughout the entire thing. I don't think it dropped at all. I think it got bigger and bigger and more intense and more at stake. But the art did do a little dip. There are 7 working defenses from this position. 3 of them disarm with minimal contact. 3 of them kill. The other hurts. Crack! You're under arrest, mister. You've crippled that man. He's young. He'll probably walk again, but he'll stay scared. Oh, won't you, punk? Sweet Jesus, sweet Jesus. Here's where the Dirty Harry thing comes in. You punk. Art says, I think it's just that little blue of the cape you can see in the shadows. I guess so. It just didn't work in terms of me, because if his light going through, you would see a silhouette of his body at least behind the cape. Just that, But here we got this. And again, if you're going to go with a blue, at least have a nice, healthy amount of black, which Miller does here. And it looks cool. Looks very dramatic. That I can live with. All light blue, I can't. I just can't. I know some of the guys like it. I think John likes it, John Malin. But again, in James Gunn's world, that Batman, I wouldn't mind something dramatically different. I wouldn't mind. So long as he's Batman, different than the other guys. A little darker age. But we'll see. We will see. You don't need to have the tried and true old black, full costume. I think one of the better ones was Ben Affleck's version. Uh, yeah, Mikey. I showed it earlier, Mikey. I went through the bulk of the things I want to show, Mikey. So yeah, I do have the art edition. It's called the gallery edition, but it is the art edition. And again, there were a few points where they were not able to get the original art for some of them, so it's published smaller than the other pages and just like a black and white version of this. But the bulk of it, you can see the original pages, and it's beautiful. And I look at it, and I've looked at it often, but I just want to do a whole read through of that at one point. It'll be interesting, the black and white version, because the color is so important to this. The way Lynn Varley came in so strong. It's part of the whole thing, but it'll be a little different experience reading it that way. So yeah, I do have that. It's beautiful, expensive, but worth it. Um, Especially for you see the differences in the published versions and what didn't get published. A number of pages that Klaus Janson inked were removed from Miller's versions that were in the published version, which is interesting. By issue 3, you start to see it a little more. You start to see, oh, that's different looking inks. And I remember at the time I was like, that must be Miller. And it, ended up being right. But here we go. Let's see what you've got. Cigarettes, no wonder you're so slow. Oh, Christ, I can't stand it. Criminal's scared shit with this creature coming up over him and this hovering over him with this huge cape. I mean it, man. Get away from him. I'll shoot. He goes, don't try it, kid. He's being patient with you as it is. Nice to have you back, Bats, the veteran cop. Go to their car, kid. Fetch the payroll. I don't believe this. This kid's like, this is a vigilante. What the hell are we doing here? He just crippled the guy. What's going on? He don't get it, the fact that he was part of the, I think an essential part of the force when it came to basically at least getting the freaks, the big bad villains, um, that they couldn't necessarily deal with. It isn't in the car. It's nowhere around here. Pills. No end to your bad habits. Please. Bats, I saw you once back when I was working the East End. I was a rookie, like Schmuckface here. It was a long time ago. And Batman ignores me. He goes, at the bank, was there a second car? Car? Yeah, an old jalopy. Didn't think you weren't supposed to. Anyway, it was a rainy night, just like this. I was walking my beat. I mean, I was just a kid back then. And I saw this guy draw a gun on, tell Gordon we have to talk. I like the fact that Batman is like, he's not just mean to be rude, but he's like, I got a case here. I am in full Batman mode now. I'm back. I don't want to mess around here and just have a conversation about your reminiscences about me. Sure thing, Bats. But how's he supposed to get in touch with? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. And again, these shots of Gotham are really, really nicely done. Different than the average comics were being printed at that time. Very rough, very cool looking. And here we have a fat Lana Lang defending Batman. It's so funny. I wonder why he did that, but it's a choice. One almost expects to see the bat signal striking the side of one of Gotham's twin towers. Yes, he gave us quite a night. And as she speaks, this patient at Arkham, the Joker, who, from what I gather, has been catatonic since Batman has been out of commission in some kind of a, waking coma. Like he's just said nothing, hasn't laughed, hasn't spoken, hasn't. And here we are, his first smile. Sure kept the hospital busy. Yes, Maury, but I think it's okay. So there's a debate that goes on with her and this guy Maury. And so she is very pleased at Batman's return, and her opponent says, Sure kept the hospitals busy. Again, there were some rats that just can't handle criminals getting it in our world and in this world. And that's always happening. Like with the Hamas, also, there's always talking about how much what they're scum. They got to get it. Um, yeah, like yeah, no kidding. I was surprised when I was trying to get them on eBay. LOL. Yeah, it's an older thing also. This gallery edition they released a number of years ago, a good number of years ago, and I recommend it. But again, people have spiked that big time. Uh, but again, I love these little details here, these panels up close, turning that coin. It's nicely drawn also from Miller and Jansen. The inks are really nice here also. The little textures to show the turn of the fingers and the thumb, and just nicely done. Batman looks great there too. I mean, look at that. And I like Miller's use of thick lines around the eyes also. I like that. He did that with Daredevil also. He gave Daredevil that unique look because Daredevil sometimes was just like a thin line around the eyes. He made black around the eyes. It added a little nice look to it, a more dramatic look. Yes, Maury, but I think it was it's a mistake to think of this in purely political terms. And then as this is going on, this debate, you hear Batman, darling. Interesting, man. Brings a little fruity element there from his end, like a romance almost, like he's, you know. He goes, rather, I regard it as a symbolic resurgence of the common man's will to resist, a rebirth of the American fighting spirit. Ease up, Lana. The only thing he signifies is an aberrant psychotic force. Aberrant? I thought it was abhorrent. Morally bankrupt, politically hazardous, reactionary, paranoid, a danger to every citizen of Gotham. Perhaps Maury, perhaps Batman is dangerous, but he's hardly as dangerous as his enemies, is he? Take Harvey Dent, just to pick a name. That's cute, Lana. He looks like a goddamn Mao there. Look at him, he's dressed like Mao. He looks like Mao, that bald. That is an interesting choice. The guy loses it. It's hilarious. And she's defending him. And then again, the cartoony nature of some of this, the characters are starting to get it a little there. Even this, just a sloppy bat, that's drawn. It lacks consistency. But I like this pro Batman yellow, negative, the red line across in gray. And it's a nice debate here. So this is when the debates begin really, because before this we just had the newscaster, but now we have debates going on, and it goes out through the entire book, and I love that aspect, and I have elements of that in the Pigman. If I owe anything to Pigman, that's to Dark Knight Returns. That's an aspect, and also, but of course, in our modern era, I have posts, Twitter, Facebook, and all that in the actual book itself as well. Hashtags all over the place, especially after this one crucial scene, a big thing that happens in the Pigman. The old number 2, which would now be part of number 1. That's cute, Lana, but hardly apropos and hardly fair to as troubled a soul as Harvey Dent's. He certainly is trouble for his victims. She comes back with every gotcha, and it's awesome. Was, Lana, was. If Harvey Dent is returning to crime, and please note that I said if, it goes without saying that he's not in control of himself. And Batman is. That's the whole thing. If he's going to say that, certainly. He knows exactly what he's doing. His kind of social fascist always does. Then why do you call him psychotic? Because you like to use that word for any motive that's too big for your little mind? Because he fights crime instead of perpetrating it? You don't call excessive force a crime? How about assault, fat lady? Or breaking and entering, huh? Try reckless and ding. Sorry, Maury, but we're out of time. Though I'm sure this debate is far from over for those of you who came in late. Today's point versus point was concerned with last night's attack on dozens of individuals who may have been criminals by or parties who may have been the Batman. Also of concern is this morning's announcement by Police Media Relations Director Louis Gallagher that a defaced dollar coin was found on one of the suspects in last night's payroll robbery. Those who remember the crimes of Harvey Dent will recognize this as his trademark. Police Commissioner Gordon has refused to confirm that he has issued an arrest order. Screw the press. Still hot on the heels of Batman's apparent return. No more leaks, Gallagher, or I'll have your head on a stick, son of a. This does give one a sense of deja vu. Turn that goddamn thing off, Merkel. Merkel is a background character, always drawn a silhouette who ends up in Batman Year One also. There's that through line. The connective tissue, which I like. That's nice to connect them. Turn that goddamn thing off, Merkel. A sad, strange criminal was Harvey Click. Commissioner, if you please. You still here? My client has yet to be charged, Commissioner, and with good reason. Let's we drop this. Your client has been in and out of prison since he learned to walk. Your client fled the scene of a felony and fired on policemen with an illegal weapon. Where'd I put those cigars, Merkel? Top drawer. No loot, no robbery, Commissioner. He has not been identified as having fired upon your men. And as for the weapon, damn things will kill me. Batman put it there during a criminal assault that left 2 men in deep shock, another in a body cast, and my client with a shattered femur. His physical and emotional trauma matches Merkel. Vest pocket should be enough to constrain you to hunt down that lunatic and cease this harassment of his victims. And again, this is a point that a lot of people see. Any kind of our soldiers, the media was trying to paint them as terrorists during the quote unquote the war on terror. Would have been helped if they called the war on jihad. It really would have. Um, okay. Abhorrent is disgusting. Aberrant is unnatural. Okay. Um, I thought it was error on their part, but I guess it's on mine. But should be enough to constrain you to hunt down that lunatic. Now, this guy is defending a criminal who shot on cops, who committed probably has a whole terrible list of crimes that he committed, but he is calling Batman the lunatic. There's a section of his victims. Can you hear me, Commissioner? Draw up release papers for femur here. Merkel, he calls him femur. Not until he is insured of protection. You heard me, Merkel. Easy, Alfred, easy. If it's suicide you're after, Master Bruce, I have the recipe for an old family potion. It's slow in working and quite painful. You'd like it. Hilarious. Wayne Infirmary. Yes, sir. Just a moment, sir. It's Gordon, sir. Shall I say you're incapacitated? Bruce is like, hello, Commissioner? No, I'm just fine. He'll just have to wear it wet. That is interesting. Releasing him now, are you? You know, sir, that there is a precedent for wheelchair detectives? Shut up, Alfred. It's hilarious. It's funny. So here we got a message from, I believe, the mutant leader or someone. We will kill the old man Gordon. His women will weep for him. We will chop him. We will grind him. We will bathe in his blood. I myself will kill the fool Batman. I will rip the meat from his bones and suck them dry. I will eat his heart and drag his body through the street. Don't call us a gang. Don't call us criminals. We are the law. We are the future. Gotham City belongs to the mutants. Soon the world will be ours. With that videotape message, the mutant leader, whose name and face remain a secret, has declared war on the city of Gotham and on its most famous champion. The room is split between light and dark, clean and dirty, but the split isn't even. It favors the dirty. It's as if the dark side is claiming the room, as it claimed the coin. That's interesting. Face. It was Batman. What? Your boss left. He knew I'd track him. Slam. If he is Harvey Dent, he's a menace to every life in Gotham. I know you're very concerned about that. Get away from me. You're going to tell me everything you know sooner or later. If it's later, I won't mind. No, stay back. I got rights. You've got rights. Lots of rights. Sometimes I count them just to make myself feel crazy. But right now, you've got a piece of glass shoved into a major artery in your arm. Right now, you're bleeding to death. Right now, I'm the only one in the world who can get you to a hospital in time. This is hilarious. Batman? Yeah, I think he's A-okay. He's kicking just the right butts. Butts the cops ain't kicking, that's for sure. Hope he goes after the homos next. That's hilarious. And again, a part of me is a little surprised. But we were living in a different time, I guess. It was a little edgier. The average media. Again, Miller was bringing sensibilities of movies at the time here, not just of comics. Comics were pretty, clear of this type of stuff, but this was pretty common in movies at least, and other fiction. And then you got the other version. Makes me sick. We must treat the socially misoriented with rehabilitative methods. We must patiently rely on their. Excuse me? No, I'd never live in this city. Why not? If it's terrible, that's why you don't live there. Then you need someone, quote unquote, terrible to take on the threats, right? I can't believe you had to put back Commissioner. If Gallagher knew, Gallagher doesn't run this department yet, Merkel. But isn't there some other way to call him? At least a dozen. Then why? To let them know, Merkel. To let everyone know. Hit it. I love that. I love that. The idea is you can just call him. Yeah, but this is more dramatic. And everyone will see it. Good, bad, and ugly. And then you got Carrie Kelly and her parents in the background. Obviously a fascist, never heard of civil rights, and doesn't the TV just love him? They all love him. The American conscience died with the Kennedys. Too true. Her leftist parents smoking weed, talking shit, really stupid, and she's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Completely bored by them, and she's fascinated by the Batman. Who saved her? All the marching we did, it's like it never happened now. I know, I know. Sometimes I despair. Give me another hit of that, huh? And she's like in awe of the bat signal. Great shot. Look at that. Again, Miller went off on his issue, drew his ass off. Twice as big as you can imagine. That's all he had to say? That's all he knew, Jim. But tomorrow is a second and a Tuesday. So it's just a matter of figuring out what he's after. The payroll robbery was committed to sponsor it. Sponsor it? That doesn't make sense. 2 helicopters were stolen today. One, a state of the art military fighter, the other, an old Army surplus job. That's got to be Dent's work. With that payroll, he could have bought them. Then it's going to be a crime by air, using something else more costly. He's not careful, whoever he is. You still don't think it's Dent? I hope not. Harvey wrestled long and hard with his other side to have it devour him now. But if it's Harvey, this is nice, this moment. If it's Harvey, we'll catch him. The trick will be to keep him alive. He's possessed Jim, out of control. I think he wants to die. We are talking about Harvey Dent. I like that because there's something here about hope not Harvey wrestled long and hard with his other side to have it devour him now. He's just been devoured by his quote unquote other side as well. And he kept saying, no, Harvey can be okay. And Gordon, we are talking about Harvey Dent, right? Isn't we talking about you or Harvey Dent or what's going on? Yeah, it's fantastic, Chopper, and it's beautiful. Miller went off him, and it's just so dramatic. The big Batman there with the cape and strong silhouettes, and just classic looking Batman. I mean, it's really just classic. Again, this is not repeated throughout this series. It takes a far more degraded form later, but still, the story is so strong that it's like, okay, maybe I would have liked to have it look this way throughout the whole thing, the way Mazzucchelli did from Batman Year One, from page one to the last panel. But still, um, let's just appreciate it, I guess, for what it is here, because he does a Joker a lot different also later on as well. The characters start coming in, the caricatures start coming in stronger and stronger. Batman becomes a caricature, Bruce Wayne, and so on. Here is a little more representational, a little more realistic. It shouldn't be difficult to find his target. Accessible by helicopter and twice as big as, he goes twice as big. He sees Gotham's Twin Towers. And here's our Bartholomew Walper. He used to have a Superman t shirt, right? Before Batman busted out, and now he has the anti Batman t shirt. Yes, Merv, I am convinced of Harvey's innocence. Absolutely, absolutely. However, I won't go so far as to say I'm sure he hasn't returned to crime. And he's fine with that, clearly. He goes, I know that sounds confusing. These things often do to the layman. But I'll try to explain without getting overly technical. My God, presumptuous, arrogant. You see, it all gets down to this Batman fellow. Batman's psychotic, sublimative, psychoerotic behavior pattern is like a net. Weak ego neurotics like Harvey are drawn into corresponding intersecting patterns. You might say Batman commits the crimes using his so called villains as narcissistic proxies. Listen to this. This is not far fetched, guys. This is the kind of language we hear today from the left. You might say Batman commits the crimes using his so-called villains as narcissistic proxies. So then we got Joker getting a visitor in Arkham. All the other guys had given up on you, boss. But I knew you was gonna be okay. You look good. He's smoking away. But you got some kind of keen escape planned. Well, sorry, bet you got some kind of keen escape planned. Well, you can count on me, but I got a problem. You know I like to make stuff. It's all I'm good at. He's a bomb maker. Well, Harvey Dent wants to pay me a lot of money to make him some bombs. He needs them tonight. That's if I'm going to make them. I haven't said yes yet. He's beholden to the Joker. Joker's like, huh, what kind of bombs? And all of a sudden has his interest. Look at his page layout. Fantastic. Almost like a Eisner-esque. Beautiful. Love the way he makes the cape here. And again, rock solid anatomy. The body, the drawing, everything is just great. The buildings here. The perspective's great. He goes, one more time, I check my utility belt, nerve gas ampules, freezing compound, cable, grappling hooks, a stethoscope, painkillers. None of it's gone anywhere in the last 10 minutes. I shift my legs to keep them from cramping and watch night settle like a ceasefire on the city of Gotham. Then I hear it. Dent, or whoever is sure to be in the newer helicopter, he still doesn't quite believe it's Harvey because he feels that he did enough to save him. He needs to believe it. Dent, or whoever is sure to be in the newer copter. I'm hoping he'll land on the tower I picked, but I'm not counting on it. They split. The army surplus job settles down, sputtering like a cranky old man behind me. I picked a wrong roof. This is good stuff here, man. Good thing I brought the gun, just in case. The new one comes in low, a gleaming metal dragonfly. I'll have to buy one of those. That is awesome. Broadcast live from Gotham's Twin Towers, it's News 2. Good evening, I'm Lola Chong. Tonight we're pleased, this I think first time we get to hear this constant newscaster throughout the entire series, um, Lola Chong. Tonight, we're pleased to bring you a special report. And then here's Bruce talking. He goes, Batman talking. He goes, pain that's 3 days old crawls across my back. I kick the dust from from my joints and climb. It used to be easier. It used to be easier. I love that. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ciao. Batman, Crusader, or Menace? Gotham's living legend through the eyes of the very few who, what in? I guess he hit the building where the newscasters are. Please stand by. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Whatever he's got in mind, he wants it public. Too bad I can't give him my attention. Not just yet. Nice shot there, Batman throwing the pellets. This stuff has a name that's as long as your arm. It was developed by the military during one of our more contemptible wars. Um, is that Batman being a quote unquote anti war like the left is, like the libertarians are, or is it Miller, or is it both? And I wouldn't argue against some fact, the idea that some of our wars were completely dumb. Iraq instead of Iran and Saudi Arabia bombing them to smithereens after 9/11. That should have happened. We shouldn't have been to Iraq. We should have been there. They're the two big, greatest state sponsors of terrorism. Anyway, it was developed by the military during one of our more contemptible wars. It concentrates a powerful stimulant to a section of the right hemisphere of your brain. A strong dose, and you die of fright in 15 seconds. A light dose like this, and you spend 20 or 30 minutes reliving your least favorite nightmare. The only, so funny, look at them. They're experiencing a least favorite nightmare. They're losing their shit. And again, just a nice shot there, Batman. The wind blowing, the cape blowing. I love those. I love the use of Batman's cape like that, always blowing in the wind or something dramatic instead of just standing there. The only after effect I've noticed is a marked aversion to guns, knives, and crime fighters, as I suspected. A bomb with enough charge to demolish the building. Apparently, a detonator job that would make sense. Wait, if those readings mean what I think they do, I always like this shot of Batman. Something about it. It's just solid. Am I on? Please stand by. The ignition process has already started. It could blow any second. Somebody. Now that's Varley. This is all Varley right there. After the fact. Just adding it in there. And also this. The TV. Nice special effect. Somebody went to the trouble of disguising it. But why? And who? People of Gotham, let me apologize right off the bat for the interruption of your viewing pleasure. This is Harvey Dent speaking. Please stand by. Brilliant design, worthy of the Joker. Yep. Or the Joker's bomb maker, which it ended up being. I'm not up on these digital jobs. I stand here atop Gotham's beautiful twin towers with two bombs capable of making them rubble. You have 20 minutes to save them. 20 minutes, two towers, two, 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 two. If I freeze it, so I freeze it. And if I had the time with the right, I'd say a prayer. The price is $5 million. I would have made it two, but I've got bills to pay. It's funny. 10 seconds later, both the building and I are standing, and exactly that much is right in the world. He would have blown up the entire building. Batman just saved that building, and of course, he'll get zero credit. Um, great shot by Miller right there. Um, Again, he was on point his entire first issue. I like the little openings here and the hard edges. Instead of it being smooth, it's like really razor-like. Like it's dangerous cape also. The way it was sometimes in Batman Begins, if you remember, it was used as a weapon at times. Um, 10 seconds later, both the building and I are standing, and exactly. So already part of their plan failed due to Batman. He already saved it. And I'm assuming a lot of lives as well. Um, and exactly that much is right in the world. I take in the action on the other side. He's tapped into the TV antenna, no doubt ransoming the lives of thousands while the timer he doesn't know about is moments away from taking it all out of his hands. Harvey, if it is you, you've had every chance there is. He's starting to get pissed now. He's like, motherfucker, I've tried to help you. I spent millions, years, and you still pull this shit. So he goes, and they were friends, prior. Blam! Boom! And now they're shooting at him. And again, this is comic book style, but he can do that. He can run across just this thin little line here, and dramatic as hell, beautifully done with that dramatic cape, and something that Klaus Janson does that no one else does. These kind of very sloppy little lines, but I like it at times. It works. It works here. In 10 years, I've never felt so calm, so right. This would be a fine death. And the bullets get him right on his chest. Boom. Blam, 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 bam. Finally hit. He goes, Magnum load has to be. Hits me like a freight train. The plate holds. Why do you think I wear a target on my chest? I love it because Miller is also letting us know something new to the Batman mythos where he doesn't wear it just to wear it because it looks cool, a symbol for fans and wear t-shirts. It's a target. People would probably naturally want to shoot that part than anything else. It's like the eye just goes there. So like even bad guys don't even think on a conscious level. They're like, let's shoot that yellow thing. Boom. Right in the heart also, right? But of course he has his bulletproof plate there. The plate holds. Why do you think I love it because it's Miller and also adding this new thing, and maybe the editor said, can you just make him note it? Can you make Batman note it at least? It's possible. It's possible that that happened. Um, it's a great choice though. Why do you think I wear a target on my chest? Can't armor my head, left arm numb. If it's a heart attack, I'm finished. So he's falling and falling and falling. And again, I like this stuff here. Oops. I'm sorry, guys. Damn it. I'm trying to do this. Okay. I just like this stuff here. The way they did the cape. Very rough. Great line work. And different. It's not as smooth. It has edges like a razor-like. So he goes here. A fine death. But there are thousands to think of. And Harvey, I have to know. That last little boom, the grappling gun. And then, of course, another great dramatic shot of Batman. Another great dramatic shot. Similar and as high quality as the other one. And as high quality as the other one. But you get to see the plate under his symbol. And again, even though it's blue, it's a more of a subdued blue, you know. So that's cool as hell. Okay, let's go back to this. I love it. Just this, he does it throughout the entire book. There are these splash pages, and it's a great, great way to contrast with the 16 panel grid. Some people, not me. I love it. I love dialogue. If it's good, bring it on. I'm doing a ton of it in this current project that I'm doing, and I got zero, problem with it. Some readers' patience may vary. I mean, who knows? Um, but it's a great contrast because again, it's a heavy, dense book, dense story. A lot of talking heads, a lot of stuff going on. The media talking, the victims speaking, the criminals, everything. The doctors, the psychiatrists, the commentators, everything is, and then you get every so often these explosive splash pages. Brilliant, brilliant choice. Um, just brilliant. Okay, he's got your style, Harvey, and your guts. Unfortunately for him, he's got no more sense of self-preservation than you did, and inspires the same level of loyalty from his men. That guy's about to fall to his death. It takes nearly a minute to fall from this height, and despite what you may have heard, you're likely to stay conscious all the way down. Thoughts like that keep me warm at night. It's hilarious thinking about bad guys dropping from high places. The impact is tremendous. Even bone is turned to powder. Not much of a corpse left. Mostly liquid. Problem is, there might not be any fingerprints. Even dental records would probably be useless. And like I said, Harvey, I have to know. So he saves him. And again, Batman, we know that he saves, bad guys and all that. But I think in this case, it might be the real case. He's like, he would let him drop if he didn't know. If he knew, actually, if he knew, he might just say, fuck it. It's a little different Batman, let's just say. He does take out some bad guys. And it's debatable. And people try to debate, and it's like, no, he didn't. It's one moment. Absolutely, he does. And we'll get to that in issue 2. But here we go. We're just about done, guys. We have 4 pages left. Actually, less, probably. Less story pages. Art says, kind of sounds like Scarecrow's fear gas. Possible. A little maybe mention of him, allusion to him. We tumble like lovers. The air is cold. The night is silent. Leaving the world no poorer. 4 men die. Great line. Great Lynn Varley. Just adding, that panel was blank. There was no Frank Miller art, no Klaus Janson art. That's all Lynn Varley. Very, very strong. And then this is pure black and white. Nice choice. Lynn Varley just left that open. She goes, okay, I'll color the word balloons, but I'll pull back and leave that white because it just looks so strong. There was a panel I saw the old day of a Toth van looking overhead in this alleyway with no color. It looks so beautiful. And there's a lot of detail that was buried under bad color in the 70s. And this right here is just, it works beautifully in black and white. That's like a Sin City drawing right there. Harvey. So he sees it. He sees it's him. He punches him to the point where all that stuff falls off his face. And he sees his face. He goes, Harvey. He goes, what are you so mad about, Bats? I've been a sport. You have to admit that I played along. And you took your joke about as far as it could go. Got the whole world to smile at me. Got them all to keep their lunches down when they saw my face, saying I was cured, saying I was fixed. And as he goes on, Batman says, the scars go deep, too deep. Harvey says, take a look. Have your laugh. I'm fixed all right. At least both sides match. And Batman says, I close my eyes and listen. Not fooled by sight. I see him as he is. Have your laugh, Batman. Take a look. Take a look. Batman's like, I see him. I see a reflection, Harvey. A reflection. And then he consoles him. He has a little more compassion for this, member of the Rogues Gallery, because he was a good man once. He just couldn't make it after that attack. He just couldn't make it. He got the bat flying through there also, again, across the sun, across the moon. And he relates to him. He's like, you couldn't overcome your creature. I couldn't overcome mine. Of course, mine's on the good side. Great stuff. And then next we got this. And again, it's so funny. I don't remember what I thought when I first saw this. All I know was that it was a great story there. And regardless, I'm like, whoa, what the hell? Because this is very different looking than what we saw in that refined Batman look. I mean, that we just saw, on the few splash pages that we saw in the whole imagery, right? Here you have a heavy looking Batman, wrinkled beyond belief. I mean, the suit beaten. You know, I think they would have preferred having blood because that face is destroyed right there. Should have been a lot of blood there, but there wasn't. But I want to appreciate you guys being here. Um, Let me read some commentary. And guys, just if you want to chat a little for now, let's go for it. Let's chat a little. And as we chat, I want to pitch. I just got a backer. Thank you very much, man. I think it was the man from Ireland. Thank you very much. I just crossed 23,335 backers. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. I love doing streams and getting backers. It's a nice little, I guess, reward for taking time out and doing this and chatting with you guys, and it's just a nice little thing. And if you haven't backed it, guys, please consider backing it. I'm gonna make a pitch right after. But in the meantime, I do want to read some of your commentary, guys, and have at it. Have at it, man. Let's go. Or it says, how did the color of the book, how did she color the book? Traditional paint, watercolor? I believe watercolor. From what I've seen of the original art and her color, they did separations sometimes. I think it's possible that they had like a vellum over, at least for some of the stuff. It's possible because it looks to me like watercolor. You know, I don't think it was gouache because that's not transparent enough, whereas the watercolor can get through and still the ink lines will appear. But I do remember seeing some separations, as in it looked like it was completely painted on a separate sheet. Okay, thanks, Chopper. Oh, sorry. I think it was, hey, Bosch, that was great, mate. Thank you very much for giving your time and insights. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for being here. And this is the more I've had on a stream on this new channel than any time. So big time. I appreciate you guys. Been about 3.5 hours. That's good for me. But yeah, thank you again, the all-seeing Ian. Appreciate that, man. You're welcome, and thanks for a great stream, Bosch. Thank you, guys. And again, I think at some point, guys, I was just reading. I don't think I was commenting as much. I was just totally immersed by the story because it still stands. It still holds up. It's still great. 40 years later almost, it's still great. And it gets better and better and more epic, the story. Um, Micah says, I can't share the links on your new channel, Mosh. Okay. Can I make you, what do you call it? Can I make you a moderator on this limited channel now? Let's see. Let me see what I can do. You want to comment on there and I can see what I can do, Mikey? I can't even access the thing here. Huh. Interesting. I can't even access the... I will make you... Thanks, Matsby Studio. Appreciate it. At one point, Mikey, let's make you... Because I had a few moderators. You, Trevor, and some others. Chopper, you did explain the subtle stuff and deeper story background. Thank you. I just was totally immersed, I got to say. At one point, I was like, wow, as I'm reading it. R says, wow, didn't realize it's been that long. You keep it interesting. Yeah, I'm not a mod anymore either. Okay, so how can I do that, guys? Because I can't, I'm trying to even tap the thing. I can't even tap it here. I can't even bring up the live thing that's on my phone here. What is that about? I want to make you guys return back to being mods. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try it on my iPad. Give me 1 second. Oops, sorry. Let's see if this works. I'm loath to do it here on the... I can't pull it up. Interesting. I can't access it here. What the hell is that about? I'm loath to do it here because you'll be hearing... You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna pull it up here, but I'm gonna try to put the sound. If you hear an echo, I apologize, guys. So give me 1 second. I'm going to try to get to the YouTube and make Mikey and Art mods. Uh, I guess if you guys will comment on it, or I'll just tap your names. And if I remember correctly, I don't remember exactly how to do it, but let's see if I can do it. 1 second. I'm on there. Okay. I'm on there. So let's see. Art, add as moderator. Boom. Managing moderator, standard moderator. Can manage block words. I think managing moderator is fine by me. Or standard moderator. I think managing moderator is fine by me, but if you want to change it, that's up to you. Art is a moderator now, and Mikey will be a moderator as well. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let me get off this, just in case you guys hear it. And if you heard an echo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hate when that happens, but that's just the way it goes. Apologize. So let's get the camera back, share screen, and let me get back to your comments, and then we can also let me make my pitch, my last week's pitch on Pigman. And again, I just crossed 23,335 backers. Much appreciated, man. I love it. I love it. Get to read this great comic that I love and get some backers, so that's awesome. Okay. Thanks, Chopper. Appreciate it. Love it. I think on the website, click the names. Yeah, I just went on YouTube and did that. May still be fucking with you. At least your channel's back. So, okay, as Chopper says, so what happened to the original YouTube channel? I just realized one day that I had not received notifications. I'm thinking now it has something to do with my mass emails that I send it out through Gmass, because it happened to be that when I did that, I kept getting disabled my Google account, which is linked to my YouTube account and my Gmails and all that, right? So after one of my mass emails, the timing of it might not be the case, but it might be the case that was a case that they saw that as something bad, and that I have no say so. I can't access two of my main emails, therefore my YouTube channel. So that while you still see them on YouTube, I can't access them. I can't use them. And then I use my backup one, my Oink email, right? And after I send a mass email through that, knocked out. And I can't access them no matter what. I can't sign in no matter what they say. Come back in 5 days. We'll give you a notification. Zero. I can't go through the process. I can't. There was a time when they could at least give you an option to get a call in for a certain verification code. Off the grid now. Why? I don't know. Pain in the ass. But it is what it is. Make the most of it. Make do with it. And so now I have Proton emails, which are a lot more secure. A lot more secure. That, and then I just had another email that I had set up, and I will no longer send any mass emails through that, because it might be the case again. Maybe I'm being generous. Maybe I'm thinking that it has nothing to do with the content of my stuff, which probably does. But it's possible because the timing of it came that way. It sucks. It definitely sucks, because I was building that channel. I was leading up to 2,000 followers. I was already monetized and then demonetized because I couldn't access it at all. And then I had to find a way. I can't get into details too much, but I was talking with some FBI guys to deal with certain things that I was able to finally get monetized on there and X, but that's a different story. That's a different story. But yeah, it was. I really enjoyed. I was doing regular live streams, really enjoying it, pitching my comic, reading all these reviews, and having a good give and take with you guys. And sometimes it was 500 people watching, which is great on X, on all different of the platforms at once, which is, that's what you want. And then I just posted a lot of stuff, and it's like 20 views. I'm like, damn, that's tough, man. It's tough to look at sometimes. Like, shit, no one's really engaged. But this is the first time for this new channel that I've got a nice level of eyeballs. So I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for give and take. It was a long stream, man. This is the longest stream I think I not ever done. I think it was a 4 hour stream. The longest. It's a 3.5 hours so far. I'm gonna read more comments and then make my pitch. The last week of pitches for Pigman. Um, the all-seeing Ian says, you discussed the inker and colorist a bit. Do you favor a singular artistic vision or think that collaboration can elevate the work? That's the thing. Personally speaking, it's always to me the best to have the writer be the artist and ideally even the inker because, you know, and then there are exceptions like Terry Austin inking John Byrne doesn't get better. Byrne's never looked better than when Terry Austin inked it. Byrne was his inker and he was a good inker for himself. And the FF comics were good. They were legitimately well inked, but not as good as Terry Austin. Frank Miller, right? Loved him writing and drawing Daredevil. Loved him writing and drawing Batman. And then when he wrote Batman and Dave Mazzucchelli drew it, next level. When he wrote Batman and Dave Mazzucchelli drew that, next level. Batman Year One, just a higher quality illustrator than Frank Miller, and as good a storyteller. A great storyteller and a great draftsman. But ideally, you know, a book like Asterios Polyp by Dave Mazzucchelli, written, penciled, inked, lettered, colored, all by him. Let me pull it up here, guys. Let me show you 1 second. See, this is ideal to me. And also Will Eisner, you know, Will Eisner, writing, penciling, inking, gray shades, doing everything. And his final book, The Plot, which is so fitting about the protocols of the Elders of Zion, about that vicious smear of Jews by the Russians. That was more or less, it was like one of his first nonfiction books. So this is Asterios Polyp by the great Dave Mazzucchelli. I'm in a bookstore in 2015 in Boston, visiting Boston for a convention, an objectivist convention. And I knew the book would be out on that Tuesday. That's when books, you know, usually come out, new books in a bookstore. And long time fan of his. Met him at an event when I was a kid. Got him to sign some stuff. And great cartoonist, right? I mean, one of the greatest illustrators ever. Also, in terms of just sheer drawing ability, he outdrew most artists. And then he gets into, you know, back to Daredevil when Frank Miller comes back. He was doing Daredevil for about 2 years with Denny O'Neil, and I just reread the bulk of those issues. Not crazy about Denny O'Neil as a writer. Something about him, he shoved his leftism in there way too much. But there were elements of the Micah Sim story. Some of them were pretty good. The ending was terrible. That's a devil story. But then another character, interesting stuff. The Vulture story with Daredevil that Mazzucchelli drew, beautifully drawn, like a John Romita Sr., just a little more representational, a little less glossy, a little more roughness about it, and realism. Anyway, years after Batman Year One and Daredevil Born Again, 2009, this comes out 20 years later. And it's a tour de force. It's him writing, drawing, penciling, inking, lettering, and coloring. A story about an architect professor and the relationships of his wife, and parts of the story are drawn in cold color, cold blues and purples, and then the other ones warm yellows. And just interesting design, just the book design itself also, you know. Look at the font. Look at the way he did that. He's an architect, but he hasn't built anything. And let me just show you a little example of the art and how different it is to what he established in his mainstream comics with Daredevil, and even from his Rubber Blanket, the self-published work they did. but everything is still just rock solid drawn. You know, it's a lot more cartoony here, a lot more stylized, but still rock solid drawing ability. And again, this is the present, right? And it is cold and blue. And then when memory hits, okay, interesting. Okay, it starts with really cold and blue, but there's some warm colors that come in. It's a little mix at times. But whenever his memory goes back, the yellows pop in. Whenever he starts thinking about the past. And look at the design of the guy's head. It's a circle, right? That's just turned there. And it's funny because Ditko, I believe, in his final issue of Spider-Man, just a guy named Joe. You had the character with the nose that was completely from his top of his forehead down to tip of his nose, just one line. And then Miller did that with Marv in Sin City. And now you got Mazzucchelli doing that here. And that's something that wasn't even established. Ditko. But look at this, look at this art. Just going off. I mean, and there's some moments here, beautiful moments here. Is a retelling of this entire scene here. Look at this, the entire history of him and the woman he loved. And you see the pages, they're flapping there. And you see the same layout, but it keeps changing. Look at this. The same layout here, but different things that are going on. And then also, they have a little argument here. And he's in cold blue, she's in red. She's a lot more emotional than him. Just interesting as hell, man. It's abstract and representational at the same time. And again, he draws the hell out of it. He's still drawing the hell out of everything. Objects and structure here, look at this. This is present. The present is a little warmer. And the memories, I thought the memories were switched, but then again, it does go back and forth. And then finally, by the end, you see a mixture of both the past and present, the warm and cold colors. And there's one last thing. It's a 300-page graphic novel. I can't show you everything clearly, but the sense of space also, the use of white is stunning. He didn't try to pack everything in every panel. He used a lot of space between the panels. Look at this, a lot of space, and it's a unique as hell book. And there's one last thing I want to show you, and then just go on and read some comments, and also get going. I gotta get some work done, and also I want to make a last pitch. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to show you something here. It's just cool as hell. It's fun. And he lays on the panels, and I gotta find that part. It's very cool. Loose also, they get an argument, right? And they turn from their more representational forms into this. Look at this. Where he's like made of objects, of cylinders, like a robot almost. And she's warm and red, and he's cold blue. It's all about him looking back at his past and not being pleased with it at all. And trying to make amends. And told beautifully, just told beautifully. I'm trying to find this one thing that these pages brought in. Okay, it's just fun. It's really fun. I may have shown this before, but let's see. Look at that. I have a blister on my foot, right? And it goes from there to the full detailed background with everything that you need. And then it says, I have a blister on my foot. Essence of shoeness strikes again. So he's thinking back on his time with his wife. And again, you see all this space here, right? But as you turn the pages, he starts to add the panels. More memories start flooding in. More memories start flooding in. Look at this. Random. And it starts to pack the pages. Look at this. All different things are happening. It's just beautiful. I love it. And then he's left with where he began. And this particular chapter here is drawn differently than any of the other prior. He uses clearly a thicker brush here, whereas before clearly he was using pens. So this whole section is drawn more classically Mazzucchelli here, brushwork. Anyway, I can go on with with this for hours, but ideally, again, I think it was Chopper who asked about, or was it Ian? Okay. You discussed the anchor and colors, but do you favor singular artistic vision or think that collaboration can elevate the work? Again, collaboration is as legitimate as anything. You get, again, you get Chris Claremont, John Byrne, you have Frank Miller, Dave Mazzucchelli, Frank Miller, damn it. Can't get that out. Bill Stankovich. I think it's the Stankovich. I guess that's what it is. Anyway, Frank Miller, John Romita Jr. John Romita Jr. calls The Man Without Fear, his best work, and it's sad because again, it's 30 years ago at least, if not 34 years ago. As in, where's what you've done lately? Even though some of the work he's doing right now, believe it or not, it's still good, and I'm still getting it. The Amazing Spider-Man with Joe Kelly running it. There's some good stuff in there, and Romita is still kicking ass as a storyteller, and drawing is pretty damn good too. Even though the mouth's a little off. Big nose on everyone. I don't know why he does that. But the collaboration that Miller has had, collaborations are great. And I'm not sure if those books would have been better if Frank Miller drew them. I think they were better that I think Batman Year One is better because Dave Mazzucchelli drew it. You know? But I can't see Dark Knight Returns as drawn by anyone else but a Miller. I just can't. The vision he had, the way he told the story, I just can't. That's Frank Miller's DNA in there. That's his complete, and it's as if he told it so well that it's as if he owns a character now. Same with Daredevil, right? These were pre-established characters decades before he was even doing anything or even born, and he comes in and does such a iconic job on them that it's like he owns them in a way. But yeah, so collaboration is as legitimate as anything, absolutely. But that single vision to me, that's why I still think Dark Knight Returns is Frank Miller's greatest work. I do. 300 is great. The Sin City is great, but his overall, I think, individual work as a writer artist, The Dark Knight is just the most dramatic, the most interesting, the most philosophical, political, critical of the media and the left, and even though Miller might deny it now, he mocked Reagan and say, "Oh, it's anti-Reagan, it's anti-conservative." I don't think so. I think Batman's a right-wing character. Clearly, he's like a Dirty Harry's leftist. Batman's a leftist in here? Absolutely not. He was even smeared as a fascist by Art Spiegelman, Miller, who took exception to it at the time. So yeah, while I think that of course collaborations are great, and if there's something that would happen with me, in terms of a long form, I've done a comic strip here and there sometimes, the pages, and I just did one recently with a Sharia man. Check it out. It's on my X for someone who commissioned me, and it's fun. And they wrote it, and I drew it. But long form wise, I've never done anything like that. I've always drawn. I've written, penciled, inked, lettered, colored, all my comics. I don't think that's going to change, but I'm open to, like I just did something also for Tom Tuttle for the 7 Amens before sundown. I got a problem with the S's today, big time. I stutter. It's not obvious because I can go through hours and hours without doing it, and then S's will get me. Sometimes F's also. It's weird, but it was something that I dealt with years ago, and then I forgot about it for a while, and it's just rears its ugly head at times, like it did right now. But it's I was asked to draw something, and more than pleased to do it, and I did it, and it ended up being for something, but it's going to be for something else, which is a higher visibility area. Let me just say that, and I backed it as soon as as I saw it. It just looked interesting, sounded interesting with a great title. Um, 7 8 minutes until sundown. It's great. So I did that. Didn't require much in terms of collaboration there, though. He just told me, "Here's the situation. I want you to do this." But anyway, the point is, Ian, the all-seeing Ian, is that, of course, any which way, really ideal though, because again, it's you know, the Miller written and penciled Dark Knight Returns. That's a single vision of the story and art, and it stands above it all, really. I think, in terms of the mainstream comic book superhero stuff, it's still the most epic, story. The Legend of Batman is really locked in, hit home there, and it's just great. Fleet one said, "I really wish ScrewTube would stop jacking up people's channels." I know it sucks, man, because I mean, I want to communicate, and that's the biggest platform we can communicate with. It's like people say, "Oh, to fuck, to hell with YouTube, go and Rumble." I'd love to, if they were a healthier platform. Even if I had a bigger audience there, it's tough to get people to even follow me there, to subscribe to my channel there, and I can't for the life of me find out how to stream on there. They say you need a streaming key and something, and I punch it in, and nothing happens. Am I doing something wrong? Maybe. I'd love to go on all platforms at once, as many as I can. Again, right now I'm streaming to, I'm possibly streaming to 40 something thousand, because 12,000 on Facebook and 30,000 on X, but of course not everyone's watching. You just get a handful, sometimes more, because again, it says here 341 eyes. What does that mean? I don't know. Am I on people's feeds? Are they watching? If they are, excellent. Am I getting more followers because of this on YouTube? And by the way, you could subscribe to my channel right now on YouTube. You can do that if you haven't. Follow me on X, follow me on Facebook. And also, if you could do that on Rumble, if you could just add me to your viewing thing, and eventually I want to get on there. Art says YouTube keeps banning his accounts. Must be fans of the Saudis. Jesus, I know. That's the thing, a part of me thinks it's because of the GMAS, but it didn't happen before, so I don't know. I'm thinking that's the case, but a part of me is like, I don't know though. It's happened before, you know. Mikey says, "Back Pigman here." Thanks, Mikey. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Chopper says, "Have you been hacked?" Hacked by YouTube, or I don't know what you mean. Chopper said, "I can't wait to get Pigman. I also think that when I show people, they will want to grab one for themselves." I hope so, Chopper. I know one thing, that in my initial release of Pigman, most of the people who got it never read comics before. They just were interested in for what they said, a ballsy comic takes on jihad and Islam. So that's great. Whatever gets people to read it, awesome. Mikey says, "I've been wanting to get Holy Terror just because I'm a Miller completionist." I get it. I wouldn't recommend it, but I own it. I had to get it. I had to see what the guy who inspired me to become a writer artist would say, and write and draw about the jihad. I made my review. You guys can watch it. I'll upload it onto my new channel. It was a direct review, over the book with too many sounds. This is a lot better, guys. I got a better mic. You can hear me here. And I prefer to do also for reviews, just instead of the physical book, the digital versions on the screen, as I discussed, with 2 pages wide open. It's just better. And I can communicate with you guys better. You can see me as I do it. And I think it's just better. And it's the clarity factor, I'm going through the actual book, and you can see, I'll upload the panels and make them bigger and so on. So, Chopper said, "I think in this day and age, what you are doing is revolutionary. Just thinking of what it's like in UK now. Someone like Pigman is really a massive fuck you to the Red Green Alliance." It is Chopper, I gotta say, and it's unfortunate because I thought after 9/11 that I would have a lot of competition. I didn't. Um, I assumed there might be some, porcini, um, pig-themed superheroes, Wild Boar Man, who knows, taking on Jihad. Didn't happen. It didn't happen. But in that sense, yeah, I can see that it's seen as revolutionary because again, it's so rare and it's shocking. It's so shocking to me that it is. Um, they can kill with impunity these savages, hundreds and hundreds a week. Tonight, I'm going to post the latest body count toll on thereligionofpeace.com. They list how many people were murdered in this week, how many were injured, where, what countries, how many countries, and so on. 40,000 jihadist attacks since 9/11, over 300,000 murdered since 9/11. I got to look at the details of the numbers because they're adding up, man. So it could be going 320 at this point. I got to find out. That's unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable. That kind of carnage to be ignored in our arts. There was a time when American cartoonists were going after our enemies, and not just American cartoonists, other cartoonists. I think across the world. So, Chopper, really well done. This is what I love about comics: how they represent emotion and transmit movement and speech, like creative speech bubbles and color for emotion, like that book. Absolutely, it's so. It's and one other aspect, right, of this book, guys. Um, this is just every character had their own font and their own word balloon shape. Okay, look at this. These characters, those three characters right there, different font completely, and their own shapes. Every single, even the passerby characters that come and go within a panel, everyone had their own. That's incredible. That is a commitment. You know, Another example, all different shapes, all different fonts, you know, incredible. That kind of commitment, you rarely see. You rarely see. And Maz Kelly has been teaching in the Rhode Island School of Design. I took a number of night classes in SVA, the School of Visual Arts in Manhattan, for about half a dozen years. Half a dozen years. And I always caught somehow, some way that Dave Masco was teaching there as well. So I was like, okay, why aren't I in his class? And I could never find out from no one there. I even called up when I wasn't there. I was like, okay, I hear, yeah, it's contingent on something. It's possible. And I would have been in that class. He was the one guy that I wanted to go to learn from. My point is this: he's been teaching for a few decades. He was the Rhode Island School of Design. Uh, Shanth Anjeti took his classes or a class, and he must have learned some stuff. And clearly, Mas Kelly himself has learned because you look at what he did here. That's the most incredible change and growth what he used to. Not that what he used to was bad. I mean, to me, it still holds up. Daredevil Born Again and Batman Year One. It's classic comic book art at this point. But this is completely different. And he learned clearly from teaching, if you understand what I'm saying. Because he's become self-conscious of things that maybe he wouldn't have been otherwise outside of teaching. But when you're teaching, you have to take your mind in a different level because you're trying to communicate what you think about comic books to other individuals, and you learn from the students as well and their questions and so on. And you engage in that for year after year after year. You cannot help but get better and better and better and better. So I think he took all of that and made the most of it in this book, Asterios Polyp. Um, it's interesting stuff, man. Okay. The all-seeing Ian says very interesting and unique. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, guys. It's just an interesting. A cartoon is going off, and everything again. Every character, their own font, their own shape, word balloon shape. Um, this character who's hurting. He's flat out hurting of how he couldn't get it together with his relationship and what he's doing about it and his career also. A professor, an architect professor who never built. Some just happens. That's just the way it's like Robert McKee, the great screenwriting teacher who didn't have great success doing that. He had some things that were made, but some guys are just better teachers. Whereas clearly, as far as I gather, Kelly's as great a cartoonist as he's a teacher. Even though Shanth said that he hated superheroes. So funny, Kelly. Um, it didn't look like he hated it when he drew them. At least maybe now. He hasn't drawn them in years either. Um, Flayed one said I really liked Roquefort's Crokin series, really unique style and storytelling. I like to check that out because I've seen some of his Superman stuff. I liked it when I was looking through even mainstream comics, which I don't do much anymore. A nice look to it, stylized, a little more modern, but Kirby-esque at times when I gathered. Um, Absolutely, Mikey. I like you too, but hate when they f over my boys. Absolutely, I hate it too. It's important. It's important to be on there. It's the biggest video platform place streaming, I think, in the world. You want to be part of it. You don't want to be on the outskirts. You don't want to do that. So I have to make do with it. I'll go on X and everything. I'll try to put it everywhere, but I got to get back on here and I got to build my channel again. Start from scratch. What am I going to do? Give up? Absolutely not. And also, it's like go to like they haven't said it, but Greg Gutfeld goes on with Jimmy Fallon on a Tonight Show. You sell out. It's like, you sell out? I wouldn't. Why? How's that a sellout? How? He has 2 million more viewers than Jimmy Fallon does. He's in a power position in that dynamic. He goes on there. He knows him from someone else. He met him years ago. Why not? It's like me, The Daily Show. They invited me on in 2011. I went on. You think of sell out. It's like maybe some people thought that actually. And they say you shouldn't have been on there. It's like, okay. I'm me. I was on there. And what am I going to do? I'm going to promote Pigman. What are they going to do? They're going to mock me. Okay. You mock me, I'll promote Pigman. That's a fair deal, right? And it worked. And they couldn't mock me as much as I think they wanted to. I was a good sport about it. And I have the clip actually. Check out if you haven't seen it, check out X. Look YouTube, Bosch Foss, and you should be able to see it. Um, I tried to post it on YouTube. They struck it down. I own the actual disc that they gave me after I have it on my computer. That's why I pulled it up on X. X doesn't even have a problem with it. YouTube surely does. But what I'm saying is it's not a sellout. I mean, if CNN asked me to be on, now they did ask me to be on years ago actually, and I turned them down from CNN to MSNBC to ABC to CBS, all of them because, and I want to be on, I want to express my work, but they said it was after I won the Muhammad Cartoon Contest. They wanted me to be on because of that, and I said, oh, okay, I'll do it if you show my cartoon. Oh no, we can't do that. I said then I can't be on. Well, I said no. If you don't show it, I said I want you to show it. I don't want you to make it seem like this obscene thing that can't be seen. It's so no. We live in a country that we don't live under Sharia law. Stop acting like we do. So the point is that most venues, and today if they have me on about something, sure, I'll go on. If it's not about the what do you call it, the Mama Cartoon Contest, fine, because I can talk about Pigman. And again, have your bullshit, and I'll tell you the truth, and that's all. Um, Mike again says, yeah, I'm surprised there's not more anti-jihad coverage in comics at all. Me too. We have growing Muslim superheroes in Marvel and DC, and they keep adding them. The Green Lantern, Muslim superhero, Miss Marvel. You got the other one, the Amulet. You have Night Runner. All post 9/11. You have what's her name? The one that Ethan co-created with Grant Morrison. I forgot. Grant Morrison, who came out as a pacifist post 9/11. What a pussy fist. Um, anyway, the point is that it's shocking because again, not one decent publisher, mainstream, would have published an anti-jihad comic. They think that's it's like they're de facto Muslims by doing that. They really are. Um, Chopper says also that in UK they are arresting people for Islamophobia, which is, I mean, that is totalitarian state. It is a totalitarian state. It's a communist slash Islamic state. I mean, there's no way to survive there if you're a freedom loving individual who wants to just express themselves. There's no way. And by the way, I just want to do a follow up. I told you guys in one of my streams a little while back, I was supposed to be on Tim Pool's show. His Booker got in touch with me, told me. I followed up with her, I haven't heard back. I'm assuming there was something at one point. I mean, Tim Pool was calling out this one guy for not having jokes about Islam and Muslims and Muhammad, right? I was like, oh, okay, maybe I should be on. So I commented on something, and then it got to the point where she messaged me, and of course, I said, great. Haven't followed through. Some of the stuff that Tim Pool posts, I'm like, this is just shit posting. It's retarded. I can't believe what he posts. I'm like, he can't mean that. It's just absolute naked shit posting, and it's annoying. So I don't know exactly where he stands. I don't know. I thought he was being pretty cool about that aspect about, okay, you're gonna mock Christianity and all the others, but you're not gonna mock Islam. Calling this one, piece of shit out over it. And I thought that was okay, right up my alley. Okay, if you're gonna say that, have me on. I could talk about comic books. I could talk about the culture wars, Comicsgate, Draw Muhammad, Pigman, and he supposedly likes comics. He's into pop culture and all that, movies. But it sucks, because that's a bigger platform you want to get on, and you want to make people conscious, aware of Comicsgate and why it exists. And I can talk about those things. So we'll see. But I did follow up. I got nothing back. So Mikey says 9/11 changes two brothers' lives. Yes. Thanks, Mikey. Pitching Pigman. Okay. Let me make the pitch, guys. Let me make the pitch, and then I will get back to reading your comments, and then I will go at a certain point. I can't believe it. It's wow, going on 4 hours. It's past 4 hours. Wow, incredible. But thank you guys, and thanks for tolerating my stutter. I was like, I couldn't get Bill Sienkiewicz. I couldn't get that out for the life of me. I was like, what the hell? And again, I was here for 4 hours, guys. Did you hear any more stuttering? Before that, as much? Not really. It was a long time problem that I had, and anyway, just rears its ugly head every so often. But here we go. Here's my pitch. While I have you guys here, and then I will finish up and read your comments and go back and forth, and then we'll call it a day. But thank you very much. And it's so funny. I rarely get a Saturday like this. So something came through, and I got a free day on Saturday. Usually it's reserved for something else, an all day. So this is really, really cool because it's different as hell. And the timing of it also, too. So Pigman #1, a remastered version. It has polished, different dialogue, pages, bonus pages, different look, slightly different redrawing, but again, it's the same, more or less story, just enhanced a little. That's all. That's what this is. It's issue 1 and 2 of my old Pigman comics put into one. It's a first actual comic book called Pigman. It used to be called The Infidel featuring Pigman. And it was about 20-something issues, the first issue, 20-something issues, second issue, and then 56 pages, the third issue, which was called Pig Size. But every issue in this series will be pig-sized, up to 60 pages, if not more. So that's what it is. It's Frank Warner, who is Pigman, writing against jihad and Islam for years with his friend Muhammad. And 9/11 hits, Literally, they're on a rooftop. A plane goes right over their heads as they're arguing, and they see it hit. And Frank's wife works there, and he runs for his life. This is the page. This is where they're in an argument. He looks over. The plane is right in his eye. They're on a rooftop, and the plane I made into a black bat out of hell type thing. It is now a weapon. It's not a plane. It's not a passenger plane anymore. It's a weapon by evil, hijacked by evil. That's why I made it black. And they're stunned, both of them. And this is the first time you see that the wide eyes of Muhammad. At first, he was like heavy lidded, out of it. And then he sees this and he just wakes up. And then you see Frank. And he says, Yvonne. His wife's in the building. She works there. And he runs for his life. And you'll see what happens. And it goes from that, it transitions. And if you see this, the pigment parts are inked in brush, and the gutters between the panels are all in white, like a traditional comic. Hopeful, right? The Killian parts are inked in pen, and in the gutters is all black. A little more quote unquote realistic, not as hopeful as Pigman, because at least in Pigman's world, there's a guy taking on jihad and trying to end jihad. In our world, we're limited to hoping our government does something and unleashes our military and all that. It's not as hopeful. But, this is the cartoonist behind it. And again, yeah, self-insert, whatever. Better looking than me, but self-insert, sure. Why not? The point is that the situation is, it's a story about twin brothers, Killian Duke and Salam Duca. And the reason why I made them twins was because the first I thought about 9/11, I said, okay, I'm going to have this vengeful anti-jihad ex-Muslim superhero wrapped in pigskin leather to exploit the Islamic enemy's bigotry. It's funny and true. The more Muslim people are, the more they hate pigs, and the extreme version of that, jihadists. So that was cool, and I thought about doing that and hunting down these savages and killing them the way they weren't being killed in real life, the way our soldiers weren't being allowed to kill them, and so on. But then I thought, okay, I like that, but that's not enough for me. I want to delve deeper into the ideology, into the culture war, into the comic books. So I said, okay, how about if I make what I'm doing, like make me, but split in two. Me split into the nightmare vision of me as a born again Muslim going full jihad, and then me as I am, the recovered Muslim, and having that guy be the creator of Pigman, and having his brother represent super jihad. That's his echo, and that's his echo in the fictional universe. Um, so they both have their battles, a little different, a little more extreme in Pigman's side, but Killian gets in street fights. He gets in battles, battle of ideas, and the comic book conventions, panels. And I try to balance it out as much as I can. And I try to make it as entertaining as possible without putting a bludgeon over your head about, didactic qualities. Meaning, like, I want to tell you guys, teach you all about Islam. I don't want to do that. I want to, through the story, through the debates that I have, through the conversations, through the courtroom scenes and the panels at comic book conventions, TV, moments, I want everything to come through there like in an integrated way, not in a bash you over the head with it. I think I succeed in that, and I balance it out, half Pigman story, half the Killian story in each issue. A pretty good balance. And a pretty good transition between the scenes of the stories also, especially after what will be issue 2. That's like the ultimate, because I have cliffhangers in each issue. I love cliffhangers, by the way. And I have the ultimate cliffhanger of my entire career so far in issue 2 after this. That's why I want you guys to get on board. I want this to be enough success where word of mouth gets around and issue 2 will be a bigger, launch. I hope that's the case. I think that's the case. I think those of you who haven't read it I believe you'll like it. Because whatever else you expect, if you wanted to get a comic book about jihad, I think you get a lot more than that. because you'll see jihadists get it, sure, but you'll get a lot more than that. You'll get the ideology getting it. You'll see Muhammad getting it. You'll see, our culture getting it. You'll see the comic book industry and the pussies involved with, with it. Um, in short, the Islamic background of twins comes to the forefront of their lives on 9/11, which is echoed by the comic book within Pigman vs. Super Jihad. And here's a little bio. Bosch Fawson, Eisner Award nominee, debuted my first book, Table for One, in 2004. I created Pigman not long after 9/11, and he appears in my comics and books. I've written, drawn 7 books. I've written articles and have drawn cartoons for Breitbart, PJ Media, Jihad Watch, Front Page Magazine, and the Limbo Lighter. And you guys can follow me on Rumble, YouTube, X. Um, I might have to change the links though. Yeah, I probably do. Damn. Anyway, so thank you guys. I'm gonna show a little more and then I'm gonna read some more comments. But guys, if you could back it, I would really appreciate your support. Truly. I need your support to go on. I want to go on strong issue 2. And then of course until issue 6, but I want to go strong into issue 2. Very strong. And then by issue 3, it'll be all new material. Everyone here, all the old, Pigman fans, everything, all new material at that point. And that's again, it picks up from this most, consequential cliffhanger I've ever had in any story. So let me just shoot this down quick also. Just read this and then show you all the covers about this campaign. When 9/11 hit, my Muslim background came to the forefront of my life, and I knew I would respond to the atrocity with my art. So I thought about my Muslim background, what we were taught to hate, and I came up with the idea of a pigman, as he's the last thing in the world that the Islamic enemy would want to face. An ex-Muslim who's big, ruthless, and wears pigskin leather to exploit their bigotry. And then there's a story within a story of twin brothers, one a recovered Muslim, one a born-again Muslim. The recovered Muslim, Killian Duke, is a cartoonist behind the Pigman comic book, and the born-again Muslim, Salam Duke, becomes his archenemy. Echoing Pigman's archenemy, Super Jihad. If this sounds and looks interesting to you, I can move on to Pigman number 2 and further. And now some details about Pigman number 1. This is a relaunch of my longtime series, The Infidel featuring Pigman, which is now simply titled Pigman. Issue 1 will include both issues 1 and 2 of my old series, but it will be remastered where I will be going through the comics page by page and improve them in drawing and dialogue. And I will also be adding more moments, scenes, and pages to the issue, as well as new covers. This is an opportunity for me to introduce Pigman to a new audience at Comicsgate, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing my series with your help. If this campaign goes well, I can move on to issue number 2, and then by issue 3, it will be all new material, and I hope to finish up with the series with issue 6, and then wrap it all up in a pigskin leather-bound hardcover, which will be Islam-proof, Muslim-proof. How much pigskin? I don't know. Will the whole thing be, or just aspects of it will be just a pigman's head in pigskin? I think that's probably going to be the case. I think that'll work also, or a fist, like his fist just in pigskin. We'll see. Below are 9 pages from my comic book, which may or may not be changed from here to print, but I'll see. I think these pages are a good way for you to get a good idea about my comic book without giving too much away. Thank you very much for your time and help to gain your support. Bosch Fawson. Update, new cover. This is a stealth cover. This was, that's Muhammad, by the way. That's why I called it a stealth cover. It's a drawing of Muhammad. It's something that I released years ago. No one really knew about it. I never talked about it, but it's a stealth cover of Muhammad grabbing his beard. And Muhammad's scared shit. And that was the cover, the original cover to Pigman number 1, but it was faced the other way. And here's the preview. As I showed you before, he gets a street fights here with stealth jihadists who are giving away free Qurans. And here's a Pigman's first appearance in the book. And here's his look. He gets shot in the back, and it hurts. But he sees the guy behind 9/11, Osama bin Laden. He says, "You," in blood red. He sees it in blood red. And here's the brothers arguing. One's unshaven, and one has green eyes. The born-again Muslim has green eyes. The recovered Muslim has blue eyes. And just technically speaking, right? He's red, white, and blue. He's a white guy, red hair, blue eyes. And the green eyes for Salam is Muhammad's favorite color, green. That's why he always wears green in some capacity. That's why Killian never wears green. Green is the color of evil in the story. I love the color green. But in this story, it's evil. the skies of Saudi Arabia in this story are green. He goes from blue skies in New York to green in Saudi Arabia. He's surrounded by evil. All of Al Qaeda here is dressed in green, if you notice. And each character, even Salam's gang in here, they all have some aspect of green, whether it's a green vest or green shoes or whatever. It's always something green on the jihadists here, and and the stealth jihadists as well. See these guys? Everyone has a little green there, whether it's their pants or their shoes. And here's one transition page here you can see between the brothers going at it, arguing, and then transitioning into the pigman part. It goes from a coffee shop here to mountain range in the Hindu Kush between Pakistan and Afghanistan, where he finds Al Qaeda, and and then he goes another transition here after he has this battle with jihadists who are blowing themselves up as they jump off the cliff, and he has to fend them off, and it's tough because he has a few survival moments, and he's like, "Ah, shit, I lost that. Plan B." After Plan B, it's over. So as they're coming down on him, sometimes they're blowing themselves up by mistake and then blowing up the other guy behind him, and also getting Pigman because something happens there. But anyway, he survives it, and he goes, next step, flying, when pigs fly. So here's another transition shot where Pigman, right, again, brushed in ink, a little different look, gutters, nothing between, and then transitions to this, which inked in pen, a little slightly. To me, it's not a big difference, but it's enough for me to distinguish between the two worlds. Um, and then you got a panel discussion here about post 9/11 comics, which never happened in our world, but it happened here in my fictional world. And some are pro-Islam, some are the worst of the Christians who want to be all friends with everyone, love that enemy, turn the other cheek, and let's all hang out. So he makes this pretty gay comic about the ecumen, the ecumenical thing where they're all combined. It's all good, it's all true, it's all bullshit. And they wrap their arms around each other, a Muslim, a Christian, and a Jew. And then you have this other guy, a communist, who makes a comic called Love at First Fight, excuse me, which is IDF soldier and jihadist, a Palestinian jihadist. And it's pretty funny. Love at First Fight. It's a gay comic. It's like Brokeback Mountain for the Islamic world. At least that's how its creator calls it here. And I got 6 covers, and I will have a 7th cover, closeout cover next week when I close this out. I will have a closeout cover, a wraparound cover. So here's the first cover. Pigman killing these guys. He's killing that one right there and that one. That's a death blow, like Yara. That's a death blow, and he's breaking the guy's neck. That guy's playing dead. That guy's running for his life in yellow. And these guys are scared shit. Even the guys holding the Kalashnikovs are shaking. And that guy's pretty funny there with his tongue out. He's like, oh shit. And then the second cover is the most popular cover. It's Pigman in war paint. That's jihadist blood over his pigskin leather. One of the most dramatic, I think, images I made of a Pigman. It worked out. It was an ink drawing, and I painted it digitally, and I added layer over layer over layer. If you look at it close, you see smoke, you see blue, you see green, you see a lot of stuff on there, and you see a lot of blood, clearly. And then you have this cover of the 4 main characters, and just to show the 4 characters there going at it. And then you have this cover, Pigman vowing to end jihad, nothing less than ending jihad. That's his goal. You have this cover, and then you have this one. It's a redux of the old Pigman cover turned on its head. Usually it was seen from the side. But you can still see it from the side because the title is on there. Pigman t-shirts. And again, guys, you can... here, let me describe it for new watchers. September 11th, those are Twin Towers, a ribbon that goes around September 11th. Also 9/11. And those 2 dates make a 393 Flight 93, and also the first attack on the Twin Towers in 1993, and also a dollar sign, a traditional S like Superman, but also a dollar sign because he's a capitalist pig. A lot packed in there and simple as hell still. That's the key. That's what you want. You want to pack a lot of meaning in a simple design. And it's pretty dramatic to see him that way with his whole suit, and also the color of the suit, like crimson with a lot more black, and the pigskin leather boots, gloves, belt, and mask. I love that look, that rust color look. It was a eureka moment when I said pigskin leather, of course, that'll work. And then I have a print of the war paint. I have get all six covers here. You can get all six covers. I want it all pack, which has the six covers, the print, the T-shirt. And I will be adding the seventh cover. So anyone who ordered this prior to this will get that cover extra. I mean, it's no extra cost. It's just it'll be yours because you ordered everything. You were kind enough to order the whole pack. You deserve it. And I got also these index cards drawings that I make of Pigman as well. Which okay, I made these index card drawings on hard index cards, original drawings drawn by me. And then I have this trading card, Submission Impossible. Mission Impossible. A little pun on that. Digital versions. I got this other trading card of that cover, but it's seen the way it was seen on the original cover. I have these sketch covers where I draw Pigman or anyone you want. And I mean anyone. You want to draw Superman, Batman, whatever. It'll be an original drawing, so it's like I can still sell it. It's not like it's being printed. It's an individual drawing by me on there. Up to you. Killian, Pigman, whoever you want. I got these stickers, war paint. I have my first book here. Takes place in an underground restaurant in Manhattan, where anything can happen does happen. I used to pitch it at conventions as Dirty Harry as a waiter. You get original art of Pigman, and then you also get these commissions, original drawing of Pigman, pencil and ink by me with an idea by you. So that's my pitch, guys. And Prop Pigenda, which is a book I published 2009. It was a collection of a lot of my drawings prior to working on The Infidel, when I was still designing the story, thinking about it, reading, learning about Islam, reading the Quran over and over again, and everything I can get my hands on, books on jihad and Islam. And I was researching. But as I was researching, I still wanted to draw some stuff and send some stuff out there, keep myself interested, engaged a little more than just being a bookworm. So I made drawings, which ended up being story ideas. You could see early ideas of what happens on the cliff in issue 2, where he jumps over a cliff. That was a drawing in here. It's not exactly the way it is, but that was the idea that I had, and so on and so on. It's square bound, 120 pages. It's 9 by 11, not by accident. And it has also a few essays that I wrote at the time. And the bulk of it is drawings of Pigman, Killian, Salam, and Super Jihad. So that's my pitch, guys. This is a unique book. I will say that. Whatever else it is, it's a unique book. There's nothing else like it out there. That's a fact. Nothing else like it out there. I can truly say that. That's to its credit. And then I also have commissions. You can donate to me if you like my work. If you don't really like comics, some people just don't. If you could donate, I would appreciate your support. And I have only 3 left, guys, of my recreations of my Winnie Muhammad cartoon. And if you don't know, if you're new here, I won the Muhammad Cartoon Contest 2015, a half hour, 20 minutes after I gave my speech, my acceptance speech. 2 jihadists came to mass murder us and instead got their heads blown off. So this drawing means a lot to me. I got 3 left. It's 14 by 17, large, signed and numbered by me. I recreate my old winning Muhammad cartoon, and I redraw it, a little different, but overall it's more or less the same. I redraw it and I sign it and number it. And there were only 3 left. It's $500. It's expensive, but my life's expensive too, so almost died over this one. So get it if you want. And I also have this Muhammad Photobomb Cartoons offer cartoon offers, which is me drawing you in a cartoon way with Muhammad who photobombs you. It's fun. I just did one recently. It's always fun. And I have about half a dozen, no, actually a dozen of these and a dozen of my other one as well. It's over 100 Muhammad cartoons, this one, and over 100 here as well. Um, you can't draw me, that's why I draw it. That's my winning Muhammad cartoon. And this one quotes Muhammad, I've been made victorious with terror. And of course, Pigman, this, and this is another something also. And I'll show it quick here. This is my flip book, which you guys can order. I have a little chunk left here. And this is it. It's a short read, okay? I will say that. But it's fun. Back cover. It's very fun. It's one of the most unique things out there, I will say also. It's funny, you can't get it anywhere else in the world, this type of thing, so check it out, guys. Thank you, guys. Thanks for indulging me. Appreciate it very much. And I'm going to finish up your comments, and then I'm going to get going. So let me pull this back here so I can see myself here and this, and I can pull this up here. Again, guys, you can order this at my store, Muhammad on the Run. Okay. So let me finish up. Matt Webb, yo Bosh, thank you for putting the effort in. Live streaming ain't easy. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. It's fun. I gotta say, I don't even know if it's easy or hard. I just know that I enjoy it, and I learned that by doing it. I never really did it before. And again, this whole thing is all new to me, crowdfunding and promoting your work, on an online live basis video. But thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Affiliated One says Graveyard Shift does something similar with the lettering. Certain characters have their own fonts and color word balloons. Nice. Very nice. I love that. It's been done before, yeah, and what I'm doing with my current thing also, I'm changing the colors also, like instead of doing the dots around the fonts, sorry, around the word balloons to show that someone's whispering, it's smaller, grayer letters. Having fun with it. I'm having fun with it. And I'm just doing it organically. I'm not trying to be innovative like it. No, you're innovative when you're in the creative, when you're in the moment, when you're drawing. That's when the creativity comes. You say, okay, I want to be innovative today. That's not how it goes. It's an organic thing that comes through. Mikey says, you ever hear of Fool Killer, Bosch, or chat? I don't know anyone else who likes it. Fool Killer was a character in Spider-Man. I don't think that's who you're talking about. Who ended up having his own series. Did he? Because I remember him in the Roger Stern, John Romita Jr. issue, The Fool Killer. I remember that. He looked like a swashbuckler. Like a pirate almost. At least that. Lady says he got a few issues. Pretty decent. I guess it's worth checking out, guys. There was a series based on him. He was a villain, though, as far as I remember. Killing fools, as he saw it. The old singing says, yeah, Groken is beautiful looking. I'm undecided on the story, though. It's taking its time to get going. So you've read it, and you're undecided on the story, even though you've read it. I think that's what I gathered as well, but it looks beautiful. It definitely does. He has a very nice style, man. It reminds me of a little Ladron, the Elephant comics. He used to draw Cable at times. Lady says about Groken, yeah, it's a slow burn, but I do enjoy that. I know it's an uncommon approach for American comics, but I dig it. Dust, thanks, Art, which Ethan doesn't want to take credit for. That's right. That's right. He was a little sheepish when he brought it up, which is hilarious. Chopper, Tim Pool would be great to close out Big Man. My God, imagine that. That would be because the biggest audience. That's what you want. And again, it'll give me an opportunity to completely fill him in on who Pigman is and why I do what I do, my Muslim background, and why I draw Muhammad, and everything, Comicsgate. But, I did follow up Follow up one more time wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. And she was cool as hell. She likes my work, and she knows someone who I know, and maybe it wouldn't hurt to follow up again. Why not? And just see. But I wouldn't try to put it on him. Hey, close out my comic now. But it would be a great thing if I was able to at least promote it on there, because that would be it would make a difference. People hear it for the first time, like, whoa, what the hell is that? A comic book takes on jihad. Again, guys, it shouldn't be so unique. It's tragic that it is. It's tragic also, this other thing, that it shouldn't be impossible that there will be a Muhammad movie made in a time of war. It shouldn't be impossible, but it is. No one thinks of it because it's so impossible. I would be willing to draw all the storyboards. Anyone, if there's a director out there, I'll be willing to draw all the storyboards. I'm willing to do a lot on it, even direct it. I don't know how to direct. Fuck it. I mean, fuck it. I would be willing to do it, to tell an honest retelling of the story that is told by Muhammad. Meaning, I don't even know if he existed. It doesn't matter. Muslims think he does. He did. That's what matters. They believe him. They believe in it. But the fact that that would be seen as impossible. You got movies about Jesus and Moses and trying to make them out to be savages, and you have all this stuff, and you have in a time of war. And again, guys, we think about 9/11 20 something years ago. It's like, yeah, guys, the jihad is going on every single day. 230 last week, 400 a few weeks ago, murdered in 1 week. Over 1,000 this month alone. I mean, last month. Um, Mikey says, in another universe, you'd go to Marvel and do a story of Pigman and Cap. My God. Mikey, it's funny to say, because right after 9/11, the first character shot to my mind was Cap. Naturally. American, the icon of America, right? The fighter, the super soldier, who wants to take on America's enemies the way he did in World War II. And of course, shortly after, I was like, that's impossible. I'm an amateur at that point anyway. I was still learning, my stuff. But I said, okay, that's impossible, right? But what would I do? I started thinking about my background, what we hated, the pig. The pig was disgusting, according to my family. The pig comes on television, my mother recoils. Someone buys a wrong bologna, they get their ass kicked. Um, and so on and so on. Avoid pig at all costs. Those are pretty passive Muslims. They were pretty extreme about pig meat. Bacon, oof, couldn't have that. So yeah, I thought that naturally. He's the icon. He fought America's enemies. He would be the perfect tool to take on jihad. And in some level, they allowed him to, but he was apologetic to the jihad because they had their reasons. It was so disgusting. I forgot about it, to be honest. I remember reading it in disappointment. I was like, ugh. And I was thinking, these guys got to get it as strong as we got it. You're going to come fly planes into our towers? All right, fuckers. I'm going to pummel you out of existence. I'm going to crack your skulls, break your necks, and also take down your icons. Take down your icons. Art says, you never know with Tim, you could get a call or a year from now. And yes, he admits to you, he uses X to shit post for engagement. Okay. It's just so annoying. It's so disingenuous. I don't give a shit if he admits to it. It's still, I don't like that from anyone out there in the public sphere. They say things they don't mean for effect. I don't like it. I don't respect it. I'm called provocateur. I'm not. Draw Muhammad to me is an enemy at war with you tells you not to draw something. You say, fuck you. I'm going to defy you. I'm going to draw it. That's not provocation. They're the fuckers who are provoking me by killing cartoonists who draw Muhammad. They're provoking me. They're the provocateurs. I'm just a reactor to that, And I hate when I'm called provocateur. It's just not true. I don't say things I don't mean. Ann Coulter, Gavin McGinnis, provocateurs. They absolutely do say things they don't mean for effect. And I believe Tim Poole does that as well, which I don't like. And I can call him out on that if I get in there. I'm not gonna look for a fight, but I'm saying, look, you might, since you're a provocateur, you might think I am. Absolutely not. That's not my thing. I'm sincere in this. My life's at stake. I can't fuck around here. I'm not gonna just provoke and get killed over something stupid. No, I mean this. I know they're coming out. I know they want to kill me. It's not a, I know they want to. So put a big middle finger to them. Chopper said, yep, after the Russia shit, I don't trust them. Yeah, man. I know. They did take money, him, Dave Rubin, some others. It's not good, man. I don't care what they try to rationalize it. That's bad. It's a bad look. And yeah, but again, I'm willing to go on the Daily Show. I'm willing to go on any other channel and talk about Pigman, promote it, Comicsgate, everything that we do here in this sphere. I want to, and I'll do that. And then yeah, call out where it's necessary. Not necessarily unnecessarily to start fights. I don't do that. I'm told I do that. I don't do that. Um, okay, so thanks, man. Yep. The all-seeing Ian says we managed to reject the UK-style hate speech laws in Ireland. True, because I haven't heard that. I know it's gotten some, immigration, a lot of some bullshit from politicians, but not to the extent that the UK is, at least. It's under constant threat, though. We have constitutional free speech, so it should be a non-issue, but there's a public order loophole. God damn it, man. What we're seeing out there is shocking to me. What in the UK? Absolutely shocking. And then you got the commissioner of the police, a piece of shit, who threatened Americans with extradition who get out of line social media to the UK. So what I do, I drew the commissioner of police as Mohammed Hitler. Hitler mustache with a turban. I did a live drawing on a video, pre-video, whatever, it was pre-recorded. It wasn't a live one. The last time I did a live one, I drew a live one, Muhammad, on Robert Spencer's, and the old day on Comics Kings, actually. We drew the intergalactic assassin superhero Nexus. He goes after dictators across history, across the galaxy, right? So I said, you know what, I'm going to have him blasting Muhammad. It was fun. If you haven't seen it, guys, check it out. It's a few Comics Kings ago. Fun stuff, man. I did that live. I did also live another drawing of Muhammad on Robert Spencer's channel to commemorate the 10th anniversary of me winning the Humble Cartoon Contest. With Robert hosted that. I won it, and we had a nice an hour chat about it. Check that out as well. It was on May 3rd of this year. You can go to Robert Spencer's channel, check it out. It was fun. It was just, it's any chance to talk with Robert. Robert's like, he's a hero of mine and he's a friend. And it's, you know, extraordinary because he's the constant voice, 20 over almost 30 books writing the truth about Islam and jihad and the communist left and so on. So Matt Webb says, listening to you, I had noticed that you see through your hands like a sculptor. Interesting. I don't know. It's nearly midnight. I see through my hands. It's funny. I love the Italian language and they use their full bodies and especially their hands when they speak. And maybe I adopted that. I don't know. I had an Italian girlfriend. The first love of my life was Italian. Her family was from Sicily. She was stunningly beautiful. So much so that my cousin was like, why is she with you? I'm like, I don't know. It's hilarious. That's funny. Chopper says, yeah, you need to have the First Amendment. That's the thing. And even that's not even safe, It's like, you have bad people in power. What the fuck do they give a shit about enforcing that or supporting that? They don't. They can interpret it, Our founders tried what they could to try to make sure that these things were immutable, and meaning they couldn't be changed. But we got bad guys in here. We got bad guys, anti-free speech scum. All you need is 100%. It's a fundamental freedom. It is. And again, guys, it's not limited to just those in free countries. It's free speech is our right. Every single human being on earth, those who live in dictatorships, those who don't, Muslims, and those who live under communist dictatorships, everyone has that right. It's abused and it's, violated at every chance, but they have that right. Regardless what their laws say, those are illegal laws. Those are criminals in power. violating our free speech. You know, um, Chopper said it's scary how fast they can erode these rights. I could never have imagined it. It's like, again, you cannot have totalitarians in power in free countries back to back to back to back, or else it's over. You know, and also, okay, this whole thing we talk about, not we, but people online. The Jews own this. The Jews control. You know how much Muslims can control in the UK, across the world? How much land, how many people they control, how many institutions? Billions and billions and billions are spent in order to do that. And the only problems we will have is because Jews have some influence and some capacity, or they want to have some. That's the problem. Not that communists want to communize the world, not that Muslims want to Islamize the world. It's the Jews that are the problem? No, no. It's unacceptable. You have a problem with that, you got a problem with that, but then again, you don't have a problem with that, then you just outed yourself. Flat out Jew hater. That's all. Chopper says, love it. Bigotry. It's hilarious. It's so funny. That was another Eureka moment. I was like, bigotry. Of course, he exploits their bigotry. It's hilarious. Matt Webb says, see what I can do. I'm in UK. For us, it is always about PMP. Nightmare. Man, I mean, it's hard to believe you got that Starmer piece of shit. Keir Starmer. It sounds like Der Stürmer, the Nazi rag. Um, Again, you get communists in power. They go on to try to criminalize everything that they don't like. Muslims in power. They can try to criminalize everything they don't like. And now you have Muslims. You have this Muslim communist in New York who looks like New Yorkers are hell bent to make him mayor. He's a bad guy. He's a clear and present danger. And I was commissioned to do that cartoon of him as Sharia man, right? He senses that this woman's hair is out of her headscarf, and he gets into action, right? To crack her upside the head with the Quran. Says, hey, whore, you got to cover your hair. And I shared that again the other day, and I said, no matter what, all Muslim communists are Muslim in the end, meaning the Islam of them will override everything. They're both totalitarian, but Islam will override it. Iran, when you had the communists and the Muslims, when the Muslims took over fully, what happened to the communists? Out, killed, imprisoned, converted, gone. No competition for power at that point. Yeah, Art. Thanks, man. About the flip book. Yeah, Chopper. Those. It's so funny. The Peace of Death Threats were the best sellers outside of Pigman and Table of One. Why? I don't know. Something about it was appealing to people because what I did was I had thousands of death threats. 2018, I was appointed as the judge for another Muhammad cartoon contest 3 years after I won that would take place in the Netherlands, right? My first chance to go to Europe. What a reason to go to Europe, right? For free speech. Go there, meet with hair builders at The Hague, of all places, at The Hague, right? In the parliament, and go there and make a speech on free speech, and then draw Muhammad in the middle of my speech, and then announce the new Muhammad cartoon contest winner. Um, I was all in. And then I got a phone call from here builders 3 o'clock in the morning that said that the amount of threats they got were so uncontrollable that they couldn't control it. They couldn't have the event. Overwhelmed by threats. And I argued. I said, that's why I do what I do. That's why you do what you do. It's because of these threats. I couldn't talk him out of it. A little disappointed, honestly. He was a great voice, and I don't know where he is now in terms of his position on this. But anyway, I got thousands and thousands of death threats for just being appointed as the judge for that. And that was canceled, unfortunately. And then I said, you know what? I didn't think of it in those terms, but monetize your haters, yo. You know, the way or July says, I monetize my death threats. I put about a dozen or half a dozen death threats on each page with new Mama cartoons inspired by these death threats, right? And then me also roasting the death threats on the actual threats themselves in red ink. I roast them, I mocked them. I published their threats alongside Muhammad cartoons, and I had someone with the nerve to tell me, "Hey, did you ask them for their uh, consent to have their?" I said, "Fuck you and fuck them. They threatened my life. I'm going to use them in my books. Fuck them. I don't care. Ask for their consent. They've crossed a line to threaten my life, and I'm going to treat them with respect, a legal respect." It's unbelievable that people would actually think this, but here we are, idiots all over the place. So yeah, they sold out Chopper, and I will like to put them back in print. I would, if there's demand, if there's enough demand here, guys, give me some demand. I mean, let me know, and I'll put them back in print because again, I got the three books out of print. Uh, Peaceful Death Threats Volume 1 and 2. I can make two or three more, by the way. I got enough, at least. And also Islam Bitches, which is Islamophiles across history. Those who blow Islam and aren't Muslim. And I'm like, fuck them. I'm going to dress them in Islamic garb and have Muhammad as a pimp. He's an imp pimp, a tiny pimp with his cane, dressed up in the 70s um, pimp uniforms, right? With the platform shoes, bell bottoms, and big collars and hats and all that. And he's pointing out each one, and he's resented because he's conscious of the fact that I'm putting the words in his mouth. He goes, "The evil falseness is making me do this. Just to let you know, reader." So he points out each of the Islamophiles, and I quote them. They're actual blowing Islam quotes, and it's fun, man. And I love to put that back in print as well. But if there's demand. Again, I just want to make sure that I don't sit here with boxes. I don't want to do that anymore. I just don't. I have a little stock there now, and I want to keep it that way. Um, and I'm going to order a nice chunk also. I just want to let you guys know that it's best if you guys order Pigman now, if you back Pigman now, because it will go in a secondary market. People will sell it for more, and I will sell it for more on my own website, boxboston.com. So it's best if you guys do it now. It's more available. It's just cheaper. Um, Chopper said, "Oh, I'm so pissed off. I missed out on the peaceful death threats." Yeah. R says, "Chopper, just follow Bosch on X. He gets plenty of peaceful death threats. Peaceful threats. That's right. That's right." Chopper, are you interested in doing an album cover? I've done book covers. I've done video. I've done art for Rucka Rucka Ali, two videos of his. It depends on what you want, and contact me, Chopper. Let me know. You can follow me on X. You can message me on X. I'm going to link my new email on my website, bossfawson.com, shortly. I have a new email, and I can send a good number to my email list, which is good. I don't have to rely on some of those mass email things, which again, they could have been the culprit, or maybe not. Maybe just the nature of my post. But again, if I can maintain this thing for a while, this channel, and not have any problems, it's closer to the idea that it was because of that Gmail, the GMass mass email thing. So just contact me, Chopper, and we'll see what you want, and we'll go from there. Appreciate it. Um, Mikey says, "Glad you're part of CG Bosch. You define creative freedom." I'm very happy to be here, and thanks for saying that, Mikey. It's such a boon in my life. It really is. To get a camaraderie with these guys that I've admired for years and be in the same streams with them, and Commissary Kings in particular. How fun it is to draw these characters that I loved, that I will never get a chance to actually draw, but you guys can get a good idea of what that might look like. Um, Spider-Man this past week, you know, I mean, I love Spider-Man, and to get a chance to draw him with these guys as we're talking and stuff, and it's just really, really fun, really fun. I'm going to let me go and see and pull it up if you haven't seen it. There's always people who just they miss certain things and stuff, and let's see if I can find it here. And I just want to show you um, my Spider-Man piece. Okay, it is here, and I will pull it up here. Okay, This is the drawing I did on Comics Get Kings this past week. The subject was Marvel, and we could draw anything Marvel. So of course, Spider-Man just shoots right to my head. And my ideal version of Spider-Man to me, I'm rereading all the old Ditko and Lee issues. I'm 13, and then annual number 1. I'm there now, and I read during the week a few at least as I'm reading it. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. It's so fun. My ideal version of Spider-Man is basically penciled by Ditko and inked by Romita Sr. That would have been the ideal. And not that this is that, but that's what I'm thinking in the ideal version. This is my interpretation of the Romita one, clearly. A little more stylized, I think, Peter. But it's fun, man. And it's fun to be drawn there for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, getting to communicate with these guys and getting a chance to, again, show a little of what it might have looked like if I had a chance to draw Spider-Man and so on. It's just fun. It's fun to be here. So thanks, Mikey. Appreciate it. Chopper says, okay, I am finishing up my album. It will be ready this century sometime. When I get it ready, I will send you an email. Okay. All good, man. All good. Guys, thank you very much for being here. This is now, I think, officially the longest stream I have done. Yes, it is. 5 hours we're going on now. Wow. In 5 minutes, it'll be 5 hours. That is incredible. And it went like that, guys. Thank you. You guys made it go like that. Reading The Dark Knight Returns, every aspect of it, every word. This is awesome. This is awesome. So thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate your give and take here. Big time. You guys take care. You be well. You have an enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And I will see you guys Comics Get Kings. Or before then. But it's funny, I want to go to the 5 hours. I want to go to the 5 hour thing. I might. Thanks, man. Thanks, Flady. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting my work. Always appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. You guys take care, man. You take care of yourselves. Be well. And until next time. And I'm enjoying this more than I thought I would. I didn't know what I would think about the live stream and stuff, but I enjoy it, man. I really do. Take care, guys. Later, Mikey. Later, Art, Chopper, Mikey, Ian, Matt. Got a number of people here. Flady. Very, very, very cool. It was a pleasure, guys. Pleasure. You guys take care of yourselves, man. Be well. Cheers, Chopper. Take care.